Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if cursed child Deku fell for Setsuna? This story is Cursed Child by Alice Blackwood 007. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku Midoriya arrived at UA High School, wearing his brand new uniform and carrying a backpack filled with fresh supplies. However, under his blazer was Akko forest green hoodie. The usually bustling hallways were quieter than expected, adding an eerie stillness to his first day. His heart pounded with a mix of excitement and anxiety as he scanned the corridors, searching for his designated classroom. 1B. Where is it? He muttered to himself, his eyes darting from one door to another, hoping to spot the correct number. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking the silence. "Are you lost?" Startled, Izuku yelped and hopped back, spinning around to face the source of the voice. Standing before him was a tall girl with vibrant orange hair tied up in a ponytail and striking teal eyes. Her kind smile instantly calmed his racing heart. The girl chuckled softly. "Sorry about that, didn't mean to scare you," she said, her tone gentle and reassuring. Izuku quickly shook his head, offering a nervous smile in return. "No, it's all good," he replied. "But, yeah, I am a little lost. I'm trying to find Class 1B. The girl's smile brightened, her eyes sparkling with friendliness. "Hey, you're in luck. Looks like we're classmates," she exclaimed. "Name's Itsuka Kendo." A wave of relief washed over Izuku as he smiled back at her. "Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you, Kendo," he said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "Nice to meet you too, Midoriya," Itsuka replied warmly. "Well, follow me, I know exactly where the class is." "Awesome," Izuku responded joyfully, his earlier anxiety melting away. Izuku followed Itsuka down the hallway, their footsteps echoing softly in the otherwise quiet school. Itsuka, eager to get to know her new classmate, struck up a conversation. "So, Midoriya, what kind of things are you into?" she asked with a friendly smile. Izuku, feeling more at ease, began to share. "Well, I really love studying heroes and analyzing their quirks," he replied. "Interesting," Kendo replied. "Favorite food?" Itsuka asked. "Katsudon. Get it whenever I can after training with my sensei," he replied. "How about you?" Itsuka's eyes lit up, happy to share her interest. "I'm really into martial arts and motorcycles. As for food, well, that's a tough one. I like a lot of food," she replied. Their conversation flowed easily as they continued walking, discussing their interests more. Before long, they reached the door marked 1B, which Itsuka pushed open, and they stepped inside to find most of the class already present and chatting amongst themselves. A blonde teen looked up as they entered. "Who's that, Kendo?" he asked, curiosity evident in his tone. With a smile, Itsuka replied, "He's one of us, Manoma. This is Izuku Midoriya." Nito Manoma approached Izuku with a welcoming grin, extending his hand. "I'm Nito Manoma, good to meet you." Izuku shook his hand, matching Manoma's smile. "Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you too." As they shook hands, Manoma's expression shifted to one of surprise and slight confusion. Izuku noticed and asked, "Something wrong?" Manoma quickly shook his head, trying to mask his reaction. "No, it's nothing," he replied, though his tone was unconvincing. Before Izuku could ponder it further, Itsuka stepped in, her eyes narrowing at Manoma. "You didn't try that, did you?" she asked, her voice laced with annoyance. Manoma looked a bit guilty, but before Izuku could figure out what was going on, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was startled to see a floating hand and head, which he recognized as belonging to Setsuna Tokage. "Oh, sup, Tokage," Izuku greeted with a wide grin. Setsuna's head and hand returned to her body as she made her way toward Izuku. "Sup, yourself, Midori," she responded playfully. Itsuka and Manoma watched their interaction with keen interest. "You know each other?" Manoma asked, raising an eyebrow. Setsuna nodded enthusiastically. "Uh-huh, Midori here's a recommended student like me in Hononuki," she explained. "A third recommended student in the class?" Itsuka asked, surprised. "Is that allowed?" Before Setsuna could respond, Juzo Hononuki, the first recommended student in Class 1B, approached the group with a friendly wave. "Hey oh, Midoriya," he greeted cheerfully. Izuku turned to him with a smile. "Hey, Honanuki," he replied warmly. Watching the exchange, a short girl with a mushroom-themed aesthetic, Kanoko Komori, commented, "Wow, you three seem pretty close." Izuku smiled at her, nodding. "Well, we all met during the recommendation tests. When we found out we'd be in the same class, I invited them to hang out. We've been friends since." As Izuku spoke, more students gathered around, curious about the new arrival and the existing friendships. A student with silver, spiky hair and sharp features, Tetsu, clapped Izuku on the back. "Glad to have another strong addition to the class," he said, grinning widely. Nearby, another student with a serene demeanor and black hair, Yui Kodai, observed quietly but gave Izuku a small nod of acknowledgement. Feeling welcomed, Izuku's earlier nerves melted away, as he chatted with his new classmates, sharing stories and getting to know everyone better. The classroom buzzed with excitement and camaraderie, setting the stage for a promising start to the school year at UA. "Hi," Setsuna tapped Izuku on the shoulder again, a mischievous glint in her eye. "You haven't told anyone about you-know-what yet, have you?" she asked in a low voice, though her tone betrayed her excitement. Izuku shook his head, grinning. "Nope, not a word." Juzo Honanuki joined in with a nod, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Yeah, because I want to see their faces when they find out," he added, barely containing his excitement. Their classmates, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, exchanged puzzled glances, eyebrows raised in curiosity and confusion. Whispers began to circulate as they speculated about the mysterious secret that Izuku and his friends were keeping. However, before anyone could bombard the three recommended students with questions, the doors to the classroom swung open. All heads turned to see their homeroom teacher, the pro-hero Vlad King, also known as Sekijiro-kan, stride in. His imposing presence commanded immediate attention. Vlad King scanned the room with a stern, approving nod. "Good, you're all here. My name is Sekijiro-kan, also known as Vlad King. You may address me as Vlad-sensei. Now then, take your seats, and we'll start with roll call," he announced in his gruff voice, leaving no room for nonsense. The students quickly found their places as Vlad King opened his roster. Starting from seat 1, Yosetsu Awase, he called out. The spiky-haired boy raised his hand confidently. "Here, Izuku Midoriya," Vlad continued. Izuku raised his hand with a bright smile. "Here," he cried. Togaru Kamakiri, a boy with mantis-like features, responded from his seat. "I'm here," he replied. Shihei Kuwaro, a dark-faced boy with white hair, raised his hand from the back. "Over here," he said in a bored tone. "Itsuka Kendo, I'm here," Itsuka called out, her voice strong and clear. Yui Kodai, in the sixth seat, a girl with a sleek bob cut of black hair, simply hummed and nodded in response. Unlike the others, she didn't speak up. "She's so quiet," her classmates all thought together. Vlad King didn't comment on her silent response and smoothly moved on to the next name on the list. Kanoko Komori. Here, she said. Abara Shiozaki, a girl with vine-like hair, clasped her hands together reverently. "I am here, sir." Vlad nodded and continued to call out the rest of the names. Jirota Shishida. He yelled, "Here, sir." The beastly boy responded with surprising politeness, his deep voice resonating through the room. Narengeki Shota, a portly boy with ice-blue hair, raised his hand. "Here." Honi Tsunotori, a girl with horns, waved her hand energetically. "Present," she said in English. Kosei Saburaba, a boy with unkempt brown hair, gave a thumbs up. "Here." Vlad King narrowed his eyes at the next name on the list. "Okay, this has to be a joke. What kind of name is Tetsu? Said boy looked at his teacher with an annoyed expression. "It's my name." "Why does everyone question that?" he cried. Kanoko and Setsuna snickered from their seats at Tetsu's annoyance. Vlad King groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Settle down," he cried before continuing. "Setsuna Tokage." Setsuna raised her hand with a playful grin. "I'm here." Manga Fukidashi, a boy with a bubble-shaped head and a lively personality, pumped his fist in the air. "Bada boom. Bada bing. Here I am." Vlad ignored that as well and moved on. Juzo Honanuki. Over here, Juzo said. Kojirabondo, a larger boy with a head shaped like a pot, raised his hand timidly. Here, he said shyly. Nito Manoma. Manoma winked and flashed a confident smile. Present. Reiko Yanagi, a girl with long silver hair that covered one of her eyes, murmured softly, here. And finally, Hiryu Rin. Vlad cried out. A boy with a braid of black hair raised his hand enthusiastically. Present, he cried. Vlad King nodded, a serious expression on his face. Good, with all of you present, we can head down to the opening ceremony and then begin the test, he announced. Test. The collective thought echoed through Class 1B, a mix of surprise and apprehension flashing across their faces. Vlad quickly organized the students into a line and led them down the hallway toward the gymnasium where the opening ceremony was to be held. As they walked, they encountered other first-year classes, creating a bustling, anticipatory atmosphere. Several students from Class 1B couldn't help but notice a few individuals who stood out among the crowd. One boy from the General Studies course, with striking purple hair and perpetually tired, baggy eyes, glared at them as they passed. His intense gaze left an impression on Izuku and his classmates. In contrast, a girl from the support department with vibrant pink dreadlocks was completely absorbed in tinkering with a small gadget. She barely glanced up as they walked by, her focus entirely on her creation. Eventually, the gymnasium hushed as Principal Nezu stepped onto the podium. Nezu, who resembled a white lab rat impeccably dressed in a suit, had a distinctive scar across his right eye. His presence commanded attention despite his small stature. With a warm smile, he looked over the assembled first-year students. Welcome, everyone, to UA. Hi, Nezu began, his voice clear and inviting. Here, we will help you grow and bring forth your full potential. After all, our mantra is none other than. He leapt into the air, raising a paw triumphantly. Plus ultra, he cried out. Plus ultra, echoed every student in the gym, their voices filled with enthusiasm and excitement. As Nezu landed gracefully back on the podium, he continued his speech, outlining the values and expectations of UA. Hi, Izuku listened attentively, though a nagging feeling of familiarity with the principal tugged at the back of his mind. He couldn't quite place where he had seen Nezu before, but he pushed the thought aside to focus on the moment. The opening ceremony concluded, and the students were instructed to return to their classrooms with their teachers, who had tests prepared for them. As Class 1B filed out of the gym, Izuku overheard snippets of conversation about Class 1A's absence. Apparently, their teacher was administering a test separately, which piqued Izuku's curiosity but didn't concern him directly. Returning to their classroom, Izuku noticed the excited chatter among his classmates. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation for the school year ahead. Their enthusiasm was contagious, and Izuku felt his own excitement building. This was the beginning of his journey toward becoming a hero, and he couldn't wait to see what challenges and adventures awaited him. As they settled back into their seats, Vlad King reappeared, ready to administer the test. All right, everyone, it's time to see what you're made of, he announced. I want all of you to change into your gym uniforms and meet me near the gym. I'll explain the rest when you all are down there. The students did as they were told, and left to change. However, none noticed the small smirk that graced Vlad King's lips. Once outside, everyone changed into their gym uniforms and gathered at the training field, where they met Vlad King. He stood before them with a confident smile, his presence both imposing and reassuring. Now that you're all here, I'll explain what this test is about, Vlad began. For the next 10 minutes, I will be sparring with all of you, he replied. You are allowed to use your quirks, while I will not use mine. Your job is to use your quirks to restrain me or get me to yield, understood? The students exchanged shocked glances. Sparring against a pro hero was an intimidating prospect. Vlad sensei, how will this help us? Manga asked, voicing the concern that many of them shared. Vlad nodded, appreciating the question. Good question, he said. The purpose of this exercise is to observe how you use your quirks in a combat scenario. By watching you in action, I can determine what areas each of you needs to work on. Understanding dawned on the students, though some still felt uneasy. Not all of their quirks were suited for combat, meaning they would have to be strategic in their approach. Any volunteers? Vlad asked, scanning the group. To everyone's surprise, Izuku raised his hand and stepped forward. His classmates looked at him in shock, but Setsuna and Juzo exchanged knowing smiles. Izuku stood in the center of the training field, facing Vlad King with determination. "I'll go first, sensei." Vlad King nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Very well, Midoriya, show me what you've got." As Izuku approached his teacher, he took a deep breath, focusing on what he had been taught, and only focusing on the spar that was about to take place. He needed to clear his mind, focus on nothing else but the fight, for combat is where he shined. The other students watched intently, eager to see how Izuku would handle the challenge, wondering just how their green-haired classmate would fare against a pro hero, while a few such as Itsuka wondered if he was any good at fighting, while a few such as Manoma began to wonder what his quirk was. Setsuna leaned toward Juzo, whispering, "This should be interesting," she said. Juzo nodded. "Yeah, let's see how he uses that brain of his." In an instant, Izuku charged at Vlad King with astonishing speed, leaving his classmates in awe. To everyone watching, it almost appeared as if Izuku possessed a speed quirk. Closing the distance rapidly, Izuku drew back his fist and aimed a punch at Vlad. The pro hero blocked it with his arm, but the force of the blow caused him to wince in surprise and pain. Undeterred, Vlad attempted to counterattack with a punch of his own, but Izuku skillfully caught his fist. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a powerful punch to Vlad's gut, eliciting a grunt of pain from the teacher. Vlad quickly recovered, however, and aimed a knee strike at Izuku. Izuku managed to block the knee strike with his hands, though the force pushed him back slightly. Not losing momentum, Izuku pushed Vlad's knee away and attempted an uppercut. Vlad dodged the attack by leaning his head back and simultaneously raised his leg to deliver a front kick to Izuku's gut. The kick sent Izuku sprawling to the ground. However, Izuku sprang back to his feet almost immediately, resuming his fighting stance with unwavering determination. Vlad mirrored his stance, studying Izuku with a keen, analytical gaze. Amazing. Midoriya's strength is incredible, as well as his reflexes and combat skills, and yet, he hasn't used his quirk, Vlad thought, impressed. Izuku's mind was wholly focused on the sparring match, his only goal being to get his teacher to yield. He darted in again, feinting a punch to the right before swiftly shifting his weight and aiming a kick at Vlad's left side. Vlad blocked the kick, but the force made him slide back a few inches. But then, with a burst of speed, Vlad closed the distance, throwing a rapid series of punches and kicks. Izuku deflected and dodged as best as he could, his movements a blur of agility and precision. The students watching were mesmerized by the intense exchange, the sound of each impact resonating through the training field. "Damn, I actually thought he'd be down by now," Juzo remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Setsuna snickered, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "That's Midori for ya, full of surprises," she said, a note of admiration in her voice. Nearby, Itsuka chimed in, her curiosity piqued. "Has he always been this strong?" she asked, glancing between Setsuna and Juzo. Setsuna nodded enthusiastically. "Since the exams, he's been impressive. And he's only getting better." Juzo leaned in, adding, "You should have seen him during the recommendation tests," he said. "Even then, he stood out. It's like he's always pushing himself to the limit, despite his, well, thing." Itsuka asked with a raised brow. Juzo shook his head. "Don't worry about it, it'll be explained soon," he told her. Back with the fight, Izuku saw an opening and lunged forward, attempting to grapple Vlad and bring him to the ground. Vlad, anticipating the move, sidestepped and used Izuku's momentum against him, throwing him off balance. Izuku stumbled but quickly regained his footing, a determined glint in his eyes. "He's relentless," Vlad thought, impressed by Izuku's tenacity. And still not using his quirk. What is he planning? Izuku knew that he needed to outmaneuver Vlad, not just overpower him, so, he took a deep breath, his mind racing through various takedowns. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he charged again, this time feinting a high attack, which Vlad tried to counter against, before Izuku dropped low, ran around Vlad, and stopped behind his teacher. Caught off guard, Vlad didn't know what was happening until Izuku jumped on his back and put his teacher into a chokehold and wrapped his legs around Vlad's waist, then used his body weight to pull Vlad back, trying to make it harder for the pro hero to escape. Vlad struggled against the hold, his breathing becoming strained, and deciding that Izuku improved enough, he double-tapped his student's arms, signaling him to stop, which he did. Izuku dropped down and moved away as his teacher took a few deep breaths in, and turned to the young teen with a small smile. "Good spar, Midoriya," Vlad replied. Izuku smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sensei," he replied. Vlad then crossed his arms before giving Izuku a stern look. "However, I asked you to use your quirk and you didn't," Vlad stated. "Why?" Izuku looked at him with a raised brow. Sensei, you don't know?" he asked. "Know what?" Vlad asked with a brow raised. "I'm quirkless," Izuku replied. Vlad's eyes widened with absolute shock. Meanwhile the entire class, minus Setsuna and Juzo, looked at Izuku with wide eyes and open mouths, shocked by the revelation that the student who had just beaten a pro in mere hand-to-hand combat, possessed no quirk. "What?" they all cried. Meanwhile, in a hidden bar within the city, Kagero Okuda, known as Jiren, walked in. Accompanying him was a slim woman with large, circular eyes and straight, dark green hair that reached her shoulders, with a small, spiky ponytail at the back. Her right eye matched her hair color, while her left eye was covered by a medical eye patch. She wore a black turtleneck shirt under a long white lab coat, a black tube skirt, and brown dress shoes. This woman was once known as Inko Midoriya. Inko looked ahead and saw Tamura, Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Mounted on the wall was a TV, its screen completely black but ominously humming with power. Upon seeing the young villain, Inko smiled. "Hello, Shigaraki," she greeted. Shigaraki peered at her through the hand that covered his face, his expression hidden but his tone curious. "Ah, it's you. What do you want?" Inko's smile widened. "I'm simply here to inform you that Dr. Garaki and I have completed the Nomu you requested for your upcoming stunt," she explained. "Whenever that is." "Good," Shigaraki nodded. "Our attack will commence when our mole informs us that the students are away from UA." Inko nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, if you don't mind, I'd very much like to join you when you attack." This piqued the interest of Shigaraki and Kurogiri, as they both knew that Inko had never expressed a desire to be directly involved in their plans. She had always supported them from the shadows, supplying Nomu much like Dr. Garaki. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered her request. "And why would you want to join us?" he asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Inko's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and malice. "The first reason is to observe how well the Nomu performs in battle against All Might and identify any weaknesses that need to be addressed," she explained. "This will allow us to improve future models and enhance their effectiveness." Shigaraki leaned forward slightly, intrigued by her unexpected eagerness. "And the second reason?" he prompted, sensing there was more to her request. Inko's smile turned sinister, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "The second reason is a bit more personal," she said cryptically. "Let's just say I have a vested interest in seeing a certain individual rise or fall." "A certain individual, you say?" Shigaraki asked, his interest piqued. "Who?" Inko chuckled inwardly. "Shigaraki, a woman needs to keep a couple of secrets to herself," she replied with a sly smile before turning and leaving the bar. Jiren chuckled as he lit a cigarette. "What a strange woman," he remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Strange indeed," Kurogiri agreed. "But that doesn't make her any less dangerous." Jiren nodded, his expression turning serious. "Tell me about it. I've seen the kind of work she does, and she terrifies me." As Inko stepped out of the bar and merged into the bustling city crowd, she lifted her eye patch slightly. From beneath it, a bee emerged, but instead of a stinger, it had a tiny camera. She extended a finger, and the bee landed on it, looking up at her as if awaiting instructions. "You know what to do," she whispered to it. "Record all the pro heroes and the first-year heroics classes A and B." The bee buzzed affirmatively before taking off, heading straight toward Uahai to carry out its mission. Inko watched it disappear into the distance, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. As she walked away, blending seamlessly into the throng of pedestrians, she felt a familiar sensation in the back of her mind, a gentle tug that brought a wistful smile to her face. "Remind me again, what did we call our son?" she murmured to herself, her thoughts drifting to the life she had left behind. The city's noises faded into the background as she reminisced, her steps purposeful yet unhurried. She navigated the streets with an ease born of familiarity, her mind a whirlwind of plans and memories. Each step brought her closer to her next move, the pieces of her intricate game falling into place. It was lunchtime at UA, and Vlad King strode purposefully through the bustling halls. His mind was a whirl of confusion and determination as he made his way to the principal's office. He couldn't shake the surprise he felt during the morning's sparring session, and he had questions that needed immediate answers. Upon reaching the principal's office, he knocked firmly on the door. "Come in," came the familiar voice of Principal Nezu. Vlad entered, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. Nezu, the diminutive yet highly intelligent principal, sat behind his desk, his ever-present smile welcoming Vlad into the room. "Ah, Kon-san," Nezu greeted cheerfully. "What brings you here?" Vlad wasted no time. "Principal Nezu, why was I not informed that there is a quirkless student in my class?" he asked. Nezu's smile remained, but his eyes grew more serious. "Ah, I see you've met young Midoriya," he said. "Please, have a seat, Vlad, let's discuss this." Vlad sat down, still feeling the weight of his unanswered questions. During the sparring session, Midoriya displayed incredible strength and combat skills, but he never used a quirk. He told the rat, "I don't understand why he was placed in the hero course without one." Nezu nodded, his small paws resting on his desk. "Izuku Midoriya is indeed quirkless, but his admission to the hero course is not without merit," Nezu replied. "Which is what?" Vlad asked, his curiosity piqued. "I was informed by him, as well as Tokage and Hononuki, that he's the third recommended student, which begs another question, who recommended him?" Nezu's eyes twinkled with a mix of amusement and seriousness. Despite his quirklessness, young Midoriya's physical capabilities are not what you would call normal, he began, reaching for a document on his desk. He pulled out a piece of paper and slid it across to Vlad, who picked it up and began to read. It was Izuku's physical test results, and as Vlad's eyes scanned the figures, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Izuku's strength, speed, and stamina were off the charts. His strength rivaled that of students with strength enhancement quirks. He could punch through solid concrete, dent metal, and outclass even the most physically formidable students like Shishida and Rin in combat. Even more astounding was his speed. Izuku could run at an astonishing 60.12 kilometers per hour. Vlad looked up from the paper, his expression a mixture of amazement and disbelief. "These results, they're incredible. How is this possible for someone without a quirk?" Nezu leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "Truth be told, I don't know myself, but it is interesting," he said. Vlad nodded slowly, still processing the information. "But who recommended him? Someone must have seen his potential." Nezu's smile widened. "He was recommended by none other than myself," Nezu said. Vlad's eyes widened in shock. "You recommended him?" he asked, his voice a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "Why?" Nezu swiveled his chair to face the window, his expression unreadable. "It's personal," he replied softly. "Personal," Vlad repeated, frowning. "In all the years I've known you, Nezu, nothing has ever been personal." "So why this?" Nezu sighed deeply, a weariness in his eyes that Vlad had never seen before. "Because I made a promise to someone that I would take care of him," he said. Vlad blinked, stunned by Nezu's words. "Take care of him?" "Nezu, how long have you been watching over Midoriya?" "For a long while," Nezu admitted, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "But why?" Vlad pressed. "Why go to such lengths for him?" Nezu turned back to Vlad, opened a drawer, and pulled out a thick file. He handed it to Vlad, his expression serious. "Because of a promise and because like me, he's born cursed." "Cursed?" Vlad echoed, his confusion growing. "What do you mean, cursed?" Nezu shook his head, his eyes closing briefly as if recalling a painful memory. "Forget it, Kon-san," he said quietly. "For now, just take young Midoriya's file and read through it, you'll understand a little bit more about why I've been watching over him." Vlad took the file, his fingers trembling slightly. As he opened it and began to read, he couldn't help but glance back at Nezu, questions swirling in his mind. What kind of curse could bind the fate of a boy like Midoriya to someone as enigmatic as Nezu? And what promise was powerful enough to drive Nezu to such lengths? It had been 3 days since the students had faced off against their teacher in their first combat exercise. While everything seemed to be going smoothly, Izuku found himself growing restless. Despite the intriguing lessons about his classmates' quirks and the essential basics of their education, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for something more thrilling. Currently, the students of Class 1B were seated in their classroom, eagerly awaiting the start of their heroics class and the arrival of All Might. As the old saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. With a dramatic burst through the door, All Might entered the classroom with his usual exuberance. "I am entering the class like a normal person," he declared, his booming voice filling the room. The students couldn't help but smile, their eyes lighting up with admiration for the number one hero. Izuku was among them, his heart swelling with the same awe and inspiration that All Might had always instilled in him. "Today is a special day," All Might announced, his grin as wide as ever. "We will finally be starting your physical training." A chorus of excited shouts erupted from the students, with Izuku and Tetsu leading the charge. "Oh hell yeah," they cried in unison. All Might chuckled, clearly pleased with their enthusiasm. "Yes, now, we will be giving you your costumes and assessing how well you can work with a partner," he continued. "Your costumes are waiting for you in your lockers, packed neatly in suitcases. Once you've changed, please proceed to ground gamma." The classroom buzzed with excitement as the students cheered, thrilled at the prospect of testing out their powers and showing off their costumes. As they hurried to the changing rooms, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He hoped his costume had turned out as he envisioned, given its simple design but crucial importance to his hero identity. With hearts racing and spirits high, the students of Class 1B prepared for their first taste of real hero training, eager to prove themselves. The boys and girls filed into their respective locker rooms, heading to their assigned lockers. Inside, each locker contained a case, which held their eagerly awaited hero costumes. Izuku opened his case and was pleased to see his costume just as he had envisioned it. Quickly, he donned his outfit and then paused to take in the sight of his classmates in their new gear. They all looked so cool and stylish, each costume reflecting their unique quirks and personalities. That is, except for Midoriya. "What is that?" Awase asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and mild disbelief. Izuku's hero costume was simple. A black long-sleeve shirt that resembled a gakurin, layered over a forest green hoodie, black pants, and his signature red high tops. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Awase. "What's wrong with it?" he asked. "It's just way too plain, dude," Awase exclaimed. Izuku shrugged. "I didn't want to be flashy. Besides, I don't have a quirk that needs a special costume, so why not fight in something I'm comfortable in?" "You're comfortable fighting in what looks like a middle school uniform?" Manga asked, incredulous. Izuku nodded confidently. "I got in a lot of fights in middle school." "What? Why?" Shota asked, genuinely curious. Izuku sighed, recalling the tough times. "Because some guys thought that just because I was quirkless, I couldn't fight," he replied. Juzo chuckled. "You sure showed them," he said, reminiscing. "I remember a few of them came after you while you and I were hanging out." Izuku looked a little bashful, his cheeks reddening at the memory. "Ah, don't bring that up, please," he pleaded. Juzo laughed heartily at Izuku's slight embarrassment, and a few others joined in the laughter. However, some couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Izuku, knowing all too well how the quirkless were often treated differently from the rest of society. With their costumes now on, the boys left the locker rooms and headed down to Ground Gamma for the battle trial. As they arrived at the training ground, everyone gazed in awe at the setup. The grounds resembled a labyrinthine dungeon straight out of a video game, complete with twisting halls and convoluted pipelines. "You could get lost in there if you don't have the paths memorized," Shota noted, his eyes scanning the complex maze. "Or what if it's like those stairs from that one wizard movie where they change?" Manga speculated, wide-eyed at the thought. "Hey oh, boys." All the boys turned to see the girls arriving in their costumes. The sight left some of them wide-eyed, stunned by how impressive and cool their classmates looked. As Setsuna approached Izuku and Juzo, they couldn't help but marvel at her costume, a skin-tight blue suit that resembled reptile scales. "You boys see something you like," she teased with a mischievous grin. Juzo snickered. "Nice try, Setsuna, but we saw your design before you submitted it, remember?" he replied. Setsuna pouted dramatically. HMPH. Well, you might not be affected, but Izuku sure is, she said, flashing her sharp grin at her fellow greenette. Izuku's cheeks turned a light shade of pink as he quickly looked away. I don't, he protested. Setsuna chuckled, leaning in closer. Ah, ya little Tsunere. Shut up, Izuku cried, his embarrassment growing. From the side, Kendo watched their exchange with an amused look on her face. However, her attention soon shifted as she noticed Manoma smiling to himself while looking in Izuku's direction. Just you wait, Midoriya, Manoma thought smugly. Kendo sighed, shaking her head in disbelief and annoyance. He's scheming again, isn't he? She thought. The playful banter continued as the students gathered in the training area, their excitement building. All Might's booming voice soon called for their attention. All right, everyone, gather around. Today marks the beginning of your journey to becoming true heroes. We'll be conducting a battle trial to test your abilities, teamwork, and strategic thinking. The students cheered, their spirits high and their determination evident. All Might chuckled, delighted by their enthusiasm. Now then, if you're ready, I'll explain the rules. A couple of flying bots hovered over a monitor, which lit up to display a map. On the map, there were 2 blue dots on one end, a green dot in the middle, and 2 red dots on the other end. An arrow pointed to the exit. In this battle trial, there will be 2 teams. All Might announced. One team will consist of 2 students playing heroes, one playing the villain, and one playing the damsel. The goal is for either the heroes or the villains to reach the damsel and carry them to the exit within 20 minutes. Pony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, it's a rescue operation, she exclaimed, pausing to find the right Japanese words. All Might pointed at her approvingly. Exactly, Miss Tsunotori. If the heroes carry out their damsel, they win, however, if the villains do, they win, he explained. A light bulb seemed to go off over Yosetsu's head. Then could the heroes defeat the villains? He asked. Aha, I knew one of you would ask that, All Might exclaimed. However, this is not what the battle trial is about. Remember, you must save the damsel. It doesn't matter if the villains are defeated. If the damsel isn't saved, then all is lost. Jirota raised a finger thoughtfully. He's right. This battle trial is all about rescuing people, not defeating the villains. That means while we can defend the damsel from the villains, we cannot waste time trying to defeat them. The students absorbed this information, their minds racing with strategies and plans. All Might continued, this exercise is designed to simulate real-life rescue missions. As heroes, your priority should always be the safety of those in danger. The villain's role is to test your ability to adapt and overcome obstacles while keeping the damsel safe. Izuku, standing amidst his classmates, felt his heart pound with anticipation. This was a chance to demonstrate his growth and apply everything he had learned so far. He glanced around at his peers, each of them determined and ready for the challenge. Now, let's divide into teams and get started, All Might said, his voice booming with excitement. He waved his hand, and the monitor's image shifted to display the upcoming matches. Match 1. Heroes. Pony Tsunotori Yosetsu Awase. Damsel. Abara Shiozaki. Villains. Togaru Kamakiri Hiryu Rin. Awase grinned confidently at his partner. We got this, Tsunotori. Pony smiled back, her eyes shining with determination. She turned to Abara, her expression full of resolve. We'll rescue you in no time, Shiozaki. Abara, the vine-haired girl, gave a slow, serene nod. I am in your care, she said calmly, her voice steady. On the other side, Rin turned to his partner with a serious frown. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Togaru. Togaru shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed. We can beat him, he replied, his voice filled with quiet confidence. The monitor flickered, displaying the lineup for Match 2. Match 2. Heroes. Setsuna Tokage, Shihei Kuwaro. Damsel. Kanoko Komori. Villains. Jirota Shishida, Juzo Honanuki. Setsuna smirked at Shihei, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is gonna be fun, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Juzo gave her a blank look, crossing his arms. Don't think you're gonna be kicking my ass all of a sudden, he said, his tone challenging yet calm. Jirota grunted, his brows furrowing in thought. We must be cautious, he advised, his deep voice resonating with concern. Juzo chuckled, a confident grin spreading across his face. He patted Jirota's arm reassuringly and then turned back to his partner. Don't worry, I already have a plan, he said, his eyes gleaming with determination. Setsuna and Shihai huddled together, discussing their strategy. We need to use our abilities to blend in and create diversions, Setsuna suggested. I can split into pieces and scout ahead while you use the shadows to our advantage. Shihai nodded, his expression serious. Agreed. If we can move undetected, we can reach Kanoko quickly and get her to safety. The monitor flickered once more, displaying the lineup for Match 3. Match 3. Heroes. Yui Kodai, Reiko Yanagi. Damsel. Kojiro Bando. Villains. Kosei Saburaba, Manga Fukidashi. Reiko glanced at Yui, her expression serious. Are you okay with this? She asked, concern evident in her voice. The quiet girl nodded, her demeanor calm and collected. Yui replied softly, her gaze steady. Reiko gave a small smile, appreciating Yui's quiet confidence. All right then, let's show them what we can do, she said, determination creeping into her tone. Yui nodded again, her eyes reflecting a shared resolve. Match 4, the final match, flashed the lineup. Match 4. Heroes. Izuku Midoriya, Itsuka Kendo. Damsel. Narengeki Shota. Villains. Nito Manoma, Tetsu. Itsuka smiled confidently at Izuku. You better keep up, Midoriya. She teased, her voice tinged with playful challenge. Izuku smirked in response, his competitive spirit ignited. I should be telling you the same thing, Kendo. He replied, nodding affirmatively. Itsuka then turned to Shota, offering him an encouraging smile. Don't worry, Shota, we've got this in the bag. She assured him proudly. Shota nodded, his nerves settling slightly under Itsuka's reassuring gaze. I have no doubt, he said with newfound determination. On the opposing side, Manoma observed the rival team with a smug grin. He glanced at Tetsu, his partner in villainy. You ready to show them how it's done? He asked confidently. Tetsu grinned broadly, punching his palm with enthusiasm. Hell yeah, we'll win with our manly pride, he declared, his confidence matching Manoma's. Manoma's eyes gleamed with a mischievous twinkle as he glanced over at Izuku. Good luck, Izuku Midoriya, because the real star is about to shine. He thought to himself, his competitive spirit burning brightly. With its own unique dynamics. The first 3 matches showcased the diverse abilities and strategies of the students. In the intense atmosphere of the first match, tension mounted as both teams battled ferociously for supremacy. Pony and Toguru demonstrated exceptional prowess with their long-range attacks. Their coordinated assaults created an unpredictable environment, forcing their opponents to constantly adapt and react. Meanwhile, Awase and Rin engaged in a grueling close-quarters combat. Rin's superior physical strength gave him the upper hand as he relentlessly pressed forward, forcing Awase to rely on his quirks' defensive capabilities. Awase, known for his ability to fuse materials together, attempted to erect defensive structures to shield himself from Rin's onslaught. However, Rin's relentless assault proved challenging, disrupting Awase's efforts and keeping the hero team on the defensive. Despite the intense exchange of blows and strategic maneuvers, neither team succeeded in rescuing Obara Shiozaki before the timer expired. The match concluded in a tense draw, highlighting the evenly matched skills and determination of both sides. In stark contrast, the second match unfolded with a decisive victory for the villains. Setsuna's meticulous planning and Shihai's versatile shadow quirk initially provided an advantage. Setsuna's strategic mind laid the groundwork for their approach, while Shihai's ability to manipulate shadows offered tactical flexibility. However, their plans were soon thwarted by the villains' relentless onslaught. Jirota's animalistic ferocity in close combat overwhelmed Shihai, his powerful strikes incapacitating the hero and tipping the balance in favor of the villains. Juzo's quirk added another layer of complexity, manipulating the environment to create traps that hindered Setsuna's movements and prevented her from reaching Kanoko Komori. With Kanoko secured, the villains capitalized on their advantage, leaving the training ground victorious and underscoring their adaptability and teamwork in heroics training. As for the third match, it unfolded as a swift and resounding triumph for the heroes. Yui and Reiko executed a flawless ambush on Kosei in manga, as Reiko's poltergeist quirk allowed her to manipulate objects around the villains, ensnaring them with a binding rope that restricted their movements. Yui's size quirk came into play as she shrunk the rope, tightening its grip on Kosei and manga and rendering them effectively immobile. In their desperate attempt to pursue the heroes, the villains stumbled and collided with the intricate pipelines of the training ground. The impact was significant enough to incapacitate Kosei, while manga's own momentum caused him to trip over his fallen teammate. With Kosei down and manga momentarily out of commission, Yui and Reiko swiftly secured Bondo. Their swift and coordinated efforts ensured a record-breaking rescue, leaving the heroes triumphant and reinforcing the importance of strategy and teamwork in achieving victory in heroics training. Now, the stage was set for the fourth match to commence. The teams quickly positioned themselves on either side of the expansive training ground, with Shota stationed in the middle as the pivotal figure of the match. Izuku ran alongside Itsuka, adjusting his pace to match hers while strategizing aloud. His eyes focused on Kendo as he formulated their approach. Manoma won't be targeting me since I don't have a quirk. He's more likely to go after you or mimic Tetsu's quirk, he reasoned, voicing their opponent's potential tactics. That's a good assessment, Itsuka replied, her expression thoughtful. If he comes for me, he'll need a quirk like Tetsu's to counter. Can you handle Tetsu if it comes to that? She asked, seeking reassurance from her teammate. Izuku nodded confidently, determination etched on his face. Count on me, I'll handle Tetsu, he affirmed, his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, a resounding battle cry pierced the air, drawing their attention upward. Tetsu hurtled towards them, his metal-coated form a formidable sight in motion. Reacting swiftly, Itsuka activated her quirk, enlarging one of her hands just in time to swat Tetsu away midair. The impact sent the metallic team crashing into a nearby large pipe, debris scattering upon impact. As the dust settled, Tetsu emerged from the rubble with a broad grin, his enthusiasm undiminished by the collision. Nice hit, he exclaimed, acknowledging Itsuka's quick reflexes with genuine admiration. Izuku stepped forward, assuming a defensive stance, his gaze locked on Tetsu. Kendo, go ahead, I've got this, he declared with unwavering confidence, signaling Itsuka to proceed with their plan. Itsuka nodded in acknowledgement, recalling their strategy. With determined steps, she sprinted towards Shota's position, prepared for the impending challenge posed by Manoma and the villain team. Back with Izuku, he faced Tetsu with a determined expression, ready to spring into action at any moment. Tetsu grinned, a fierce excitement gleaming in his eyes. I've been itching to fight you since your spar with Vlad Sensei, he exclaimed. Let's have ourselves a manly battle, bro. Bring it on, Izuku replied, his voice charged with adrenaline. Without hesitation, Izuku launched forward with incredible speed. But as he closed the distance, a sudden impact struck the right side of his face, sending him stumbling. Regaining his balance, Izuku wiped the blood from his mouth and turned to identify his attacker. To his surprise, Manoma stood there, his arms coated in the same steel-like skin as Tetsu's. With a smug smirk, Manoma sauntered closer. Looks like I'm your opponent, Midoriya, he declared confidently. Izuku shifted into another fighting stance, this time adopting a looser, more adaptive posture. He knew he had to stay on his toes. Manoma chuckled, signaling to Tetsu to pursue Kendo. Tetsu nodded and dashed off, leaving Manoma to face Izuku. Manoma then mirrored a stance Izuku recognized from Kendo, a testament to his observational skills and mimicry. Izuku's mind raced as he analyzed Manoma's stance and potential moves. He's copying Kendo's style. I need to stay unpredictable. 5 minutes. I just need to hold out for 5 minutes, Manoma thought, his strategy clear. If I can endure, I'll have the upper hand. The air grew thick with tension as both fighters prepared to strike. With the stage set and the clock ticking, both combatants surged forward, their battle commencing with explosive energy. The outcome hung in the balance, hinging on each strategic move and counter, as the fierce encounter between hero and villain unfolded. There's still people in there. The panicked cry reverberated in his ears. I'm not going to abandon you, he cried, resolute and unwavering. Take him, please, she begged. I can't leave you behind, he cried, his voice filled with anguish and determination. Please, take him, she pleaded, her voice growing weaker amidst the chaos. The entire building's crumbling. We have to get out of here. Came another voice, one filled with urgency. He turned to them with a shake of his head. No, I can't leave her. He choked out. Take care of him, Nezu. Please, take care of him, she cried. He felt himself and the baby in his arms being pulled away as he saw her becoming smaller in the distance. She smiled at the rat as she watched them leave, tears flowing down her face. Thank you, came her grateful whisper. Inko, he cried. Nezu's fur-covered ears twitched involuntarily as the nightmare began to fade, replaced by the stark reality of his office at UA. Hi, he sat up straight in his chair, his small frame tense with residual adrenaline. A knock at the door startled him, pulling him out of his reverie. Come in, Nezu called out, his voice steady despite the lingering unease. The door creaked open, revealing Vlad. Vlad's expression held a mixture of concern and sympathy as he approached Nezu's desk and gently placed a file in front of him. It was Izuku's file, neatly labeled and meticulously organized. Nezu's gaze fell upon the name, and he took a deep breath, composing himself before he spoke. Did you find what you were looking for? Nezu asked. Vlad nodded, taking a seat across from him. Nezu grabbed the file and returned it to its place in his desk drawer before meeting Vlad's eyes. Any questions? He asked, his voice steady yet carrying an undercurrent of solemnity. Vlad let out a long, low sigh. If you don't mind, I want to know everything, from the beginning, he replied earnestly. How did you meet Midoriya's mother? Nezu nodded slowly, considering his words carefully. Very well, he began, his mind retracing the events of years gone by. It happened 17 years ago, when I was freed from the torture of my tormentors. As Itsuka sprinted toward Shota's location, she heard another set of footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. Turning her head, she saw Tetsu hot on her heels. No way, did he already beat Izuku? She thought, her mind racing. Tetsu's laughter rang out as he closed the distance. I'm right behind you, Kendo. He shouted gleefully. Itsuka grimaced. If I don't deal with him now, he'll chase me all the way to Shota, she calculated. I've got 18 minutes left, plenty of time to handle this. Determined, Kendo skidded to a halt and turned to face Tetsu, ready for a head-on confrontation. Seeing her stop, Tetsu's grin widened. He increased his speed, charging forward with all his might, his fist pulled back and ready to strike. As he swung, Itsuka deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow. In one fluid motion, she delivered a powerful chop to his gut. Without missing a beat, she retracted her hand, raised it high, and brought it down hard on his arm. Then, with lightning speed, she followed up with a sharp elbow to his face. Tetsu staggered back, momentarily dazed by the rapid succession of blows. Itsuka maintained her fighting stance, her eyes locked on him. You picked the wrong opponent, Tetsu, she declared, her voice steady and determined. Regaining his balance, Tetsu chuckled. Not bad, Kendo, but this fight is far from over, he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tetsu charged in again, swinging wildly. Itsuka dodged each blow with ease, backing up with every attack. However, she soon felt the cold, hard surface of a large pipe pressing against her back. Her eyes widened in realization. Seeing her reaction, Tetsu believed he had her cornered. He wound up for a powerful punch, but when he threw it, his fist punctured a hole in the pipe instead. Itsuka had ducked under the attack and used the opportunity to strike back. As she threw her punch, she enlarged her hand, delivering a powerful blow that sent Tetsu flying backward. He crashed into a cluster of pipes, the impact reverberating through the training ground. Tetsu groaned as he got up, his body aching from the hit. He looked back at Itsuka, a mix of pain and excitement in his eyes. Damn, Kendo's tough, he thought. Itsuka, ready for more, grinned at him. Ready to give up, Tetsu, she taunted. Tetsu shook his head fiercely. You wish, he yelled back. With determination in their eyes, both fighters charged at each other. Tetsu braced himself, ready to deflect or dodge whatever Itsuka threw his way. As she approached, she swung at him. Tetsu managed to dodge, pulling his fist back for a counterpunch aimed at her face. But Itsuka caught his fist with her right hand, then delivered a backhand strike to his face, sending him stumbling backward. Not letting up, Itsuka pressed her advantage. She darted forward, jabbing the right side of Tetsu's chest. Before he could react, she followed up with a blow to his left side, then spun around and delivered a high kick to his neck, sending him sprawling to the side. Tetsu struggled to get up, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. Itsuka stood her ground, her eyes focused and determined. "Stay down, Tetsu, she warned. "You're not going to win this." Tetsu wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth and grinned, his resolve unshaken. "We'll see about that," he replied, pushing himself to his feet. The battle was far from over, and both fighters knew it. Back on the other side of the training ground, Manoma and Izuku charged at one another, their eyes locked in determination. Manoma threw the first punch, aiming for Izuku's head. Izuku blocked it with his right arm and retaliated with a left hook, landing it squarely on Manoma's face and causing him to stumble backward. Seeing his chance, Izuku pressed forward. He landed a powerful blow to Manoma's right side, then another to his left, before raising his leg and delivering a sharp kick to Manoma's stomach. The impact sent Manoma tumbling to the ground, gasping for air. Manoma gasped for breath, the wind knocked out of him. He slowly got up, taking deep breaths, and glared at Izuku. "Damn it, how can someone like him be this strong?" he thought, frustration boiling within him. Undeterred, Izuku rushed forward again, preparing to attack. Manoma braced himself, waiting for the right moment. As Izuku closed in, Manoma threw a high punch. Izuku narrowly avoided it, but Manoma saw an opening and swung his leg for a kick. Izuku caught Manoma's leg, stopping the attack in its tracks. With a firm grip on Manoma's leg, Izuku spun him around and slammed him into a large pipe. The impact caused Manoma to wince in pain as the metal echoed with the force of the collision. Izuku released his hold, letting Manoma drop to the floor. Manoma struggled to stand, his body aching from the repeated hits. He looked up at Izuku, determination still burning in his eyes despite the pain. "You won't beat me that easily," Manoma spat, pushing himself to his feet. Izuku's eyes remained focused, his stance unwavering. Manoma glared at Izuku, a mix of frustration and curiosity in his eyes. "I want to know, why is someone like you choosing to be a hero?" he demanded. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. "Huh," he responded. "Why did you choose to be a hero? You don't have a quirk. It's impossible to stand a chance against anyone here, yet, here you are, why?" Manoma pressed. "Can you promise me?" Izuku's expression softened slightly as he lowered his stance, a flicker of a distant memory passing through his eyes. "I'm here, because I made a promise," he said quietly. Manoma's confusion deepened. "A promise," he repeated. Izuku nodded. "No one believed in me, not even my idol, they all said it was just a dream," he began, his voice steady and resolute. "But I couldn't give up. I made a promise to someone that I'd be a hero, that I'd be strong enough to save others. That I'd be someone who would be surrounded by others when they die, not alone." Manoma's expression grew more serious as he listened. "But didn't all those people who said you couldn't do it, didn't their words stay in the back of your mind? Find a special little spot that just kept hitting you at your lowest point, didn't you just want to give up?" he asked. Izuku met Manoma's gaze with unwavering determination. "No," he replied firmly. "Why?" Manoma asked, his voice softer, almost pleading. "Because I knew I'd prove them all wrong," Izuku said. "I knew that if I worked hard enough, if I pushed past every obstacle, I'd become the hero I always dreamed of being. I promised to never give up, no matter what anyone said." Manoma stared at him for a moment, the weight of Izuku's words sinking in. There was a mixture of envy and respect in his eyes. "I see," he muttered. Manoma then charged in swiftly, catching Izuku off guard. He slugged him hard in the face, then pulled his other hand back and delivered another punch, breaking Izuku's nose. Izuku stumbled backward but quickly regained his footing, adopting a fighting stance just as Manoma attempted another punch. This time, Izuku blocked it and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Manoma skidding backward. Manoma came to a stop and looked at Izuku with a twisted smile and a fierce glare. "Now, I really hate you," he spat. Izuku, puzzled by the sudden declaration of hatred, didn't have time to ponder Manoma's words as All Might's voice boomed over the hidden intercoms. Attention, heroes, you have 10 minutes remaining. The announcement jolted all 4 students, making them acutely aware of the ticking clock. Izuku turned abruptly, summoning all his strength, and sprinted toward Shota's location, the sheer force of his first step causing the ground to crack beneath him. Manoma groaned in frustration as he watched Izuku bolt away with incredible speed, knowing he couldn't catch up. As Izuku ran, he saw Itsuka and Tetsu still engaged in their fierce battle, both also heading toward Shota. Kendo, Izuku shouted. Both Itsuka and Shota turned behind them, surprised to see Izuku closing in on them faster than they expected. Izuku sprinted toward Tetsu, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful knee strike to Tetsu's face. The sheer speed and force of the attack knocked out the steel-skinned teen instantly. Both Izuku and Tetsu hit the ground, but Izuku rolled expertly and quickly sprang back to his feet. He glanced at Itsuka with urgency. Manoma is right behind us. We've got to move, now, he said. Itsuka nodded, and without missing a beat, they dashed toward Shota's location. They found him just in time, securing him between them as they sprinted toward the exit. Manoma appeared behind them, his face twisted in frustration. You're not getting away that easily, he shouted, but Izuku and Itsuka were already too far ahead. Keep going, we're almost there, Itsuka urged, her voice filled with determination. Izuku nodded, pushing himself to move even faster. Hang on, Shota, we've got you. With a final, resolute push, Izuku picked up Shota and Itsuka suddenly, stunning both of them, and with a sudden burst of speed, Izuku launched forward with such speed, they both could have sworn they were riding a motorcycle. Together, they crossed the finish line, securing their victory. From behind them, Manoma appeared but looked tired as he stopped and began panting heavily. He looked up toward the exit and glared at Izuku. This isn't over, Midoriya, he hissed, his frustration evident. All Might's voice echoed over the intercom again, announcing the hero's victory. Well done, everyone. Today's trial has shown the true spirit of heroism. Izuku, Itsuka, and Shota stood together, catching their breath, their expressions a mix of relief and triumph. After the final battle trial, returning from their heroics class and changing into their casual clothes, lunch was just beginning. Izuku began to stretch, loosening his muscles after the intense session, while Setsuna and Juzo waited for him. Both were still reeling from the challenging trial they had faced. Setsuna glanced at Izuku with a raised brow and a playful smile. Any plans after school? She asked, breaking the silence. Izuku shook his head, a small smile forming. None really, he replied. What about you guys? Juzo shrugged, his expression mirroring Izuku's. Same boat as you, Midoriya, he said with a sigh. Setsuna chuckled, shaking her head in mock disapproval. You boys are so boring, she teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Juzo gave her a blank stare, unimpressed by her jab. Oh yeah, and what exciting plans do you have? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Setsuna's smile grew wider, a hint of pride in her voice. I'm going to watch Lizard Love in theaters, she announced with a chuckle. Juzo groaned, rolling his eyes dramatically. I don't know how you can stand that romance crap, he said, his tone dripping with disdain. Setsuna's eyes widened in mock offense. What? It's a beautiful tale of a lizard woman who finds love despite her appearance. She cried passionately. That's a beautiful story. Izuku, who had been listening quietly, chimed in with a shy smile. I kind of like it, he admitted. Juzo groaned even louder, his head falling back in exaggerated despair. Really, Midoriya, he exclaimed. Izuku nodded, his eyes lighting up. Yeah, I love movies. Superhero and action are my favorites, but I enjoy a good romance every now and then too, he said proudly. See, Midoriya gets it, Setsuna exclaimed, quickly moving to his side and wrapping her arm around him. She then looked up at him with a mischievous smile. So, how about it, Midori? Wanna go see Lizard Love with me? She asked, her tone playful. Izuku smiled softly, feeling the warmth of her enthusiasm. Sure, he replied. Did I hear something about movies? Came a familiar voice. The three friends turned their heads to see Kanoko, Shihai, Pony, and Shota walking toward them. "Oh, hey guys," Izuku greeted, waving at them. "Sup," Setsuna added, flashing a grin. "Yeah, Midori and I are going to watch Lizard Love." Kanoko oohed and smiled brightly. "That sounds fun. It's been a while since I've seen a movie," she said, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Shota nodded in agreement. "Yeah, same here. It'd be nice to catch a movie," he said with a friendly smile. "Maybe you guys could join us next time," Izuku suggested, his voice filled with genuine warmth. Setsuna nodded, her eyes sparkling with the prospect of a group outing. "Sounds good to me, but it should be a movie we all agree on," she said, looking around at her friends. Shihai crossed his arms and smirked. "I'm in, as long as it's not too sappy," he said, teasingly glancing at Setsuna. Pony giggled. "I'm sure we can find something that everyone will like," she said cheerfully. Kanoko clapped her hands together. "Perfect. A movie night with friends sounds amazing," she exclaimed. They all nodded in agreement, and Kanoko was about to say something when the classroom door swung open. All eyes turned to see Manoma standing there, his glare fixed on Midoriya. Manoma strode into the classroom, stopping just a few feet from Izuku. "I'm gonna make this clear right now. I hate you," he declared, his voice dripping with disdain. "I'm gonna show you who the real star is, and I'll make sure to leave you in the dust." "Got it, Midoriya. From here on out, we're rivals." "Whoa, chill there, Monobro," Tetsu's voice called from the other end of the classroom, attempting to diffuse the tension. Izuku met Monoma's glare with a determined look and a small smile. "Sounds good, Manoma," he replied calmly. Setsuna looked at Izuku in shock. "Hey, Izuku, don't encourage him," she protested. "May the best man win," Izuku said, extending his hand towards Manoma. Manoma hesitated for a moment before nodding curtly. "Indeed," he replied, shaking Izuku's hand firmly. With that, Manoma turned and walked out of the classroom, heading towards the cafeteria. Tetsu followed him, trying to catch up. The remaining students exchanged looks, each processing the confrontation differently. Juzo and Setsuna were visibly annoyed, their expressions darkening at Manoma's sudden hostility towards Izuku. "What's his problem?" Juzo muttered under his breath. Kanoko, Pony, and Shota were confused, glancing at each other and then at Izuku, wondering if something had happened between him and Manoma during the battle trial. "Did something happen between you two?" Pony asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Izuku shook his head. "Not really. I think he just sees me as a challenge," he explained, trying to downplay the situation. Shihai, however, watched Manoma's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. He sensed there was something deeper driving Manoma's actions, something more than just rivalry. "There's more to this than meets the eye," he murmured, mostly to himself. Setsuna sighed, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Just be careful, Izuku. Manoma can be intense." Izuku nodded, appreciating the concern. "I will," he replied. "Thanks, Setsuna." As the group made their way out of the classroom and toward the cafeteria, the three recommended students began to converse and get to know their newfound friends. The camaraderie was building when suddenly, Izuku felt a sharp, stinging pain at the back of his neck. He winced and instinctively reached up to see what had caused it, but his fingers grasped at nothing. A moment later, a bee buzzed away from his neck and hovered in front of his face. "Ah!" Pony cried, backing away from the insect in alarm. Juzo also stepped back, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and unease. "Where did that come from?" he asked, his voice tinged with a bit of fear. The bee buzzed away, disappearing down the hallway. Izuku continued to rub the back of his neck, feeling a dull ache where the sting had been. Pony noticed his discomfort and looked at him with concern. "You okay there, Midoriya?" she asked, her voice soft and worried. Izuku nodded, trying to brush off the incident. "Yeah, just a sting," he replied. "No worries." Shota frowned slightly, curious about the sudden appearance of the bee. "Wonder why it stung you, though?" he asked. Setsuna chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. "Maybe it got trapped in his curls, and when it was freed, it decided to take revenge." She joked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Kanoko giggled, joining in on the teasing. "Maybe," she said, her tone playful. With the small nuisance seemingly behind them, the group resumed their journey to the cafeteria. They laughed and chatted, the earlier incident quickly fading from their minds. However, none of them realized that the sting Izuku felt was not from a normal bee. The tiny creature had carried something far more sinister, a small syringe, its needle injecting an unknown substance into Izuku's neck. The substance injected by the bee was already starting to take effect, slowly altering something within him. The true nature of this incident would reveal itself soon enough, and when it did, it would bring challenges none of them had anticipated. Manoma collapsed onto the mat, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his hair disheveled, and beads of sweat rolling down his face. He wore only a pair of black shorts and a white t-shirt, having chosen this attire to avoid dirtying his usual clothes. A few feet in front of him stood Itsuka, dressed in a blue shirt and matching sweatpants. Though she was a bit sweaty, she appeared to be in far better shape than Manoma. With a smile, Itsuka looked at him and asked, "You know, I'm glad you want to improve your hand-to-hand combat skills, but I have to ask, why?" Manoma took a moment to catch his breath before replying. "I have to be better," he replied. "I need to make sure that the next time I face Midoriya, I win." Itsuka rolled her eyes playfully. "Why are you so obsessed with beating Midoriya all of a sudden? Did he really hurt your pride that much?" she teased. Shaking his head, Manoma's expression turned serious. "It's not about my pride, Kendo," he told her. "It's about what he represents and what I failed to achieve," he said, his voice tinged with sadness. Itsuka frowned, confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" she asked. Manoma sighed deeply. "Kendo, do you remember what people used to say about me in middle school?" he asked, his voice quieter now. Itsuka nodded slowly, her expression somber. "Yeah, I remember," she replied softly, the weight of old memories hanging in the air between them. Manoma nodded, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Everyone said someone like me, someone whose quirk relies on the power of others, could never become a hero," he began. "They said I'd never achieve what those with truly powerful quirks could. Their words got to me, Kendo. They made me feel powerless, less than what I knew I could be. I failed in staying strong." Itsuka's expression turned glum as she listened. "Manoma, you can't blame yourself for letting their words get to you," she said. "We all let the opinions of others affect us at some point." Manoma looked up at her, frustration and sadness mingling in his eyes. "Then why does he smile so brightly?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who?" Itsuka asked, curiosity piqued. "Midoriya," Manoma replied, his tone laden with frustration. "He was born without a quirk, born without power, and yet he seems unfazed by it. Unfazed by the words of those who called him useless, called him weak. He stayed strong, even when there was no one to believe in him. And I hate that about him." Itsuka furrowed her brow in confusion. "Why?" "Because I want to know how," Manoma admitted, his voice growing more intense. "How did someone like him do what I couldn't? How could someone like him continue to fight and smile despite no one having his back?" Itsuka's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned on her. "He represents what you wish you could be, doesn't he?" Manoma slowly nodded, the weight of his envy evident. "Yes," he confessed. "I wish I was like him. I understand that he probably suffered from others' words, maybe even more than just words, possibly physical pain too. He might have felt completely alone in this world. But instead of letting it all hold him back, he pushed forward with that damn smile I saw him wearing on the first day, and I can't help but hate him for it." Itsuka let out a long sigh, her expression softening with empathy. "I'm sure there are things holding Izuku back, just like there are things that hold everyone back," she said gently. "Everyone's got a curse, Manoma." Manoma looked at her, a mix of frustration and gratitude in his eyes. "Maybe you're right," he said quietly. "Anyway, I'm thirsty," Itsuka said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Water," she offered. Manoma nodded, grateful for the break. Itsuka gave him a quick nod and headed to her kitchen to get some water. As she left, Manoma stared at the ground, her last words echoing in his mind on repeat. "Everyone's got a curse, Manoma." Manoma shook his head and let out a dry chuckle. Leaning back, he gazed up at the ceiling, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What kind of curse could someone like him have? He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with bitterness. His eyes narrowed as he continued to glare at the ceiling of the training room. I doubt there's a curse out there that could hold him back, he added, the frustration clear in his tone. Lost in thought, Manoma barely noticed Itsuka returning with a glass of water. She handed it to him, her eyes studying his troubled expression. Here you go, she said softly, sensing the weight of his emotions. Thanks, Manoma replied, taking the glass and sipping slowly. The cool water provided a brief respite from his inner turmoil. After sitting for a few minutes, basking in the cool air, Itsuka smiled and walked over to Manoma. She patted him on the shoulder, a spark of encouragement in her eyes. All right, let's finish up this training session, she said. We've still got work to do. Manoma nodded, his resolve hardening. Right, let's do this, he replied with renewed determination. Both set their glasses to the side and assumed fighting stances. Manoma's eyes burned with a fierce determination, fueled by his desire to become a better fighter, to stand a chance against Midoriya, and ultimately, to become stronger. You're a good kid, Izuku. You're strong, so help people, Oguro said, his voice frail yet filled with conviction. It's fine if all you do is reach out a hand. Just help people whenever you can. Even if you're lost, or they're ungrateful, help them anyway. Izuku looked at him with a confused expression. Oguro-san, he asked, unsure of the sudden intensity in the old man's words. Oguro's eyes softened as he continued, "Die being surrounded by people. Don't end up like me." He paused, his breath shallow. "Can you promise me, Izuku?" Izuku was stunned for a moment, the weight of the request sinking in. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. I promise, Oguro-san, he said, his voice trembling with emotion. A faint smile touched Oguro's lips. Good, he whispered. Suddenly, the heart monitor beside the bed let out a shrill, continuous beep. Izuku shot up, his eyes wide with panic and his breathing quickened. But as he looked around, he realized he was back in his room, and the noise was coming from his alarm clock. He quickly moved over to it and turned it off, his heart still racing from the vivid nightmare. He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his hair as he tried to shake off the lingering sense of dread. Memories of that day flooded back, and he couldn't help but reflect on Oguro's words. I thought I was past that, he thought, sitting back down on his bed. The promise he had made weighed heavily on his mind, a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Despite the time that had passed, the memory of Oguro's final moments remained etched in his heart, urging him to keep moving forward, to help others, no matter the cost. That's why I decided to go to UA, why I'm becoming a hero, to make sure Oguro-san's promise is fulfilled, Izuku told himself, determination swelling in his chest. I'll be the hero who helps anyone he can, because that's what he wanted, and that's what I'll do. Izuku glanced at his clock and saw that it was time to get ready for UA. He quickly got out of bed and began changing into his uniform, making sure to put on his forest green hoodie underneath his UA blazer. The hoodie was important to him, much like his shoes, both were gifts from his guardian, adopted mother, big sister, Kamari Ikoma. Kamari had been Izuku's guardian since he was 11, taking him in when she was just 19 and living in a small flat. He had run away from the orphanage after its destruction, and she offered him a home. She officially adopted him when he turned 13 and she turned 21. Since they had begun living together, Izuku had tried his hardest to help and protect Kamari. Back then, she was bouncing from job to job while studying to be a teacher. Thankfully, they had help when they ran into Iwao Oguro, a man who lived in the same complex as them. Iwao offered to watch Izuku some nights to help take the burden off Kamari, while also teaching Izuku how to fight. The young boy had seen him in action one night, sparring with one of his students, a young guy named Koichi Himawari. With both being trained by Iwao, Izuku and Koichi quickly became fast friends. Koichi became like an older brother to him, offering advice and support. Izuku was thrilled when Koichi became a sidekick to a pro hero, the previous #1 in the US, Captain Celebrity. However, this new role meant that it was rare to see him, a bittersweet reality for Izuku. Despite the rarity of their meetings, the bond they had forged remained strong. Iwao had been instrumental in shaping Izuku into the fighter he is today, imparting invaluable knowledge and techniques. When they first started training, Iwao had been taken aback by Izuku's raw strength. Even without a quirk, Izuku's innate power and determination shone through, surprising his mentor with how strong he could be with hardly any formal training. Under Iwao's guidance, Izuku honed his physical abilities and developed a strategic mind. Each sparring session, and every piece of advice, had molded him into a formidable fighter. Iwao's mentorship was not just about combat, it was about building character and resilience, preparing Izuku for the path of a hero. Meanwhile, Kamari had her own journey. With Iwao's support in watching over Izuku, she had managed to get her teaching degree and had been working at an elementary school for a year. Her perseverance and dedication were a constant source of inspiration for Izuku, reminding him of the strength they both drew from each other and their unconventional family. As Izuku walked out of his room, ready for the day ahead, he paused in the doorway of the living room. There, on the couch, was Kamari, sound asleep. She had probably stayed up late grading papers or preparing lessons, as she often did. Izuku felt a surge of affection and gratitude for her. She had given him a home and a family when he needed it most. Quietly, he approached the couch and gently draped a blanket over her. He stood there for a moment, watching her sleep, and felt a renewed sense of purpose. "I'll make you proud, Kamari, and you as well, Oguro-san," he thought. "I'll make sure all your sacrifices and hard work are worth it." Izuku walked out of the apartment and made his way downstairs. As he reached the bottom, he heard a small honk in front of him. Looking up, he saw none other than Setsuna, perched on her dark green Vespa, which had a sidecar attached. Setsuna was decked out in a pair of black-tinted goggles and a German flak biker helmet. She pushed the goggles up onto her helmet, revealing her sharp smile. "Yo, yo," she greeted with her usual enthusiasm. Izuku blinked in surprise, not expecting to see her. "Tokage, what are you doing here?" he asked, still processing the unexpected sight. Setsuna grinned wider. "Well, I thought since you and I both live kind of far from campus, I'd pick you up today instead of you having to take the train," she explained cheerfully. "So, what'd you say, Midori? Wanna go for a ride?" she asked with a playful wink. Izuku's face lit up with a bright smile, grateful for the thoughtful gesture. "You bet," he replied eagerly. He walked around and settled into the sidecar. Setsuna handed him a pair of black-tinted goggles to match hers. "Here, you'll need these," she said, her tone teasing but kind. Izuku put on the goggles, feeling a mix of excitement and gratitude. Setsuna started up the Vespa, the engine purring to life. As they began to drive towards Ua, the wind rushing past them, Izuku couldn't help but feel giddy with delight. Riding in the sidecar was a new experience for him, and he relished the sense of freedom and adventure it brought. "Thanks for this, Tokage," he shouted over the noise of the Vespa, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "No problem, Midori," she shouted back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Hold on tight." As they sped down the road, Izuku felt a wave of warmth wash over him, happy that he was able to experience as well as share it with Setsuna. To Izuku, it felt like today was going to be a good day, a day he'd never forget. The crisp morning air, the thrill of the ride with Setsuna, and the sense of camaraderie filled him with hopeful anticipation. As they weaved through the streets towards Ua, he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was on the horizon. And he was right. This day would indeed be unforgettable, not just for him, but for everyone. Because today marked the beginning of a tragedy. Daikaku Miyagi, a seasoned news anchor, sat at his desk, a somber expression on his face as the broadcast began. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before delivering the grim news. "Good evening. We bring you shocking news tonight. Earlier today, villains launched an attack on students of UA High at the unforeseen simulation joint arena," he began, his voice carefully controlled. "Details are still emerging, but reports indicate that it was a sudden and unexpected assault within the confines of the school's property. While many of the villains have been apprehended, some managed to escape." Daikaku paused, glancing down at the teleprompter. The next line made his heart sink, but he knew he had to continue. It was his duty to inform the public, no matter how painful the news. "With a heavy heart, I must inform you that out of the 20 students present at the incident, only 19 have survived," he said, his voice faltering slightly. "Tragically, one student has lost their life. The weight of the announcement hung heavy in the air. Daikaku felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He had reported many tragic events over the years, but the loss of a young life was always the hardest to convey. It left a small scar on his soul each time, a reminder of the fragility of life and the senselessness of violence. He took another deep breath, striving to maintain his composure for the viewers at home. Authorities are currently investigating how the villains managed to infiltrate the arena, and security measures at Uahai are being reassessed to prevent future incidents. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families and friends of the victims, and we will continue to provide updates as more information becomes available. As class began, the students of 1B sat at their desks, buzzing with anticipation. They waited for Vlad King to arrive and announce the day's activities, hoping for something a bit more exciting than usual. Word had spread that they would be doing their heroics class earlier than scheduled today. Finally, the door opened, and Vlad King strode into the classroom. The students immediately quieted down, taking their seats and waiting for him to speak. Vlad surveyed the room with his usual gruff expression. As you know, today we'll be having your heroics class early, he began. This is because we have a very important lesson planned, and there will be 3 supervisors watching over you, myself, All Might, and someone else. Someone else, Izuku thought, curiosity piqued. Who could it be? Pony excitedly raised her hand. What are we going to be doing today, sensei? She asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. We'll be conducting a disaster simulation, Vlad announced. Today's lesson will focus on how you handle sudden natural disasters and teach you the proper protocols for dealing with various situations. Remember, it's not always villains that cause chaos. The room buzzed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The students were eager to start the lesson but also curious about how they would simulate natural disasters. Vlad let the anticipation build for a moment before dropping the bombshell. For this lesson, we will be heading to the USJ, Vlad announced, his voice resonating through the classroom. Universal Studios Japan, Tetsu asked, a confused but hopeful look on his face. Vlad shook his head with a small smile. No, though I understand the confusion with the name. UA's USJ stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, where we've incorporated various disaster situations, he explained. Awesome, Awase exclaimed, his excitement evident. Sounds like this will be a bit more challenging, Reiko added, her tone thoughtful. Yui hummed in agreement, her eyes reflecting quiet determination. Vlad nodded, pleased with their enthusiasm. Now then, put on your costumes and meet me down in the courtyard. We'll need to take a bus to get to the USJ, he instructed. With that, Vlad dismissed the class to change into their hero costumes. As the students filed out, buzzing with anticipation, Vlad himself walked towards the courtyard, his mind momentarily drifting to Nezu's recent words about Izuku. Like me, he's born cursed. The principal's words echoed in his mind, making Vlad pause as he watched Izuku walk away with his classmates. There was a weight to those words, a recognition of shared struggle and burden. But Vlad shook off the lingering thoughts, refocusing on the task at hand. Once everyone was ready, they gathered in the courtyard where Vlad was waiting. A sleek bus stood ready to take them to the USJ, its doors open and inviting the students inside, and as they filled in, they all took seats and began to converse as the bus drove them to the USJ. So, are you guys excited about this? Shota asked his friends, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Kanoko nodded enthusiastically. Yep, I wonder what kind of simulations they'll put us in. Juzo nodded in agreement. Yeah, I wonder what kind of training we'll be doing while in those disaster zones. I mean, what kind of disasters will we be facing? Maybe like floods or landslides. Setsuna suggested, her imagination running wild. Izuku, always thoughtful, added his own guess. Maybe even a forest fire or a burning building. How classic, Kanoko said with a grin, enjoying the speculation. Their conversation flowed from one topic to another, their excitement palpable. They discussed other interests and started planning which movie to see over the weekend. Shota and Izuku suggested the latest anime and superhero movies, while Kanoko and Pony leaned toward a romantic film. Juzo and Shihai, on the other hand, were all for a horror flick, and Setsuna pitched one of the new kaiju movies. After a lively debate, they finally settled on the new Godzilla movie, much to Setsuna's delight. She was a big Godzilla fan and adored the kaiju hero, Godzilla. Her excitement was infectious, and soon everyone was looking forward to their weekend plans. Suddenly, the bus came to a stop. Vlad King stood up and turned to face the students. "All right, everyone off," he announced. "We're here." The students quickly gathered their things and disembarked, their eyes widening as they took in the sight of the USJ. Vlad led them to the entrance, where they could see different areas designated for earthquakes, floods, fires, and more. It was clear that this was going to be a rigorous and enlightening experience. "Hello, students. Welcome to the USJ." Hearing the new voice, the students turned to see that off to the side of the entrance stood the space hero, 13. Clad in their distinctive spacesuit, 13 exuded an aura of calm authority. "Here at the USJ, you will be learning how to save lives and the proper way to conduct a search and rescue mission as a hero," 13 began, their voice clear and reassuring. "Today, I want you all to remember that while you have amazing powers, your powers are not meant to inflict harm, they are meant to protect and rescue those in need. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that your role is to help people." The students listened intently, the gravity of 13's words settling over them. The excitement of the simulation was balanced by the serious responsibility of their future roles as heroes. Vlad King then leaned over to 13 with a raised brow. "Where's All Might?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Taking a nap," 13 replied. "He did some heroics before coming here and got tired, so he's in the nap room." Vlad groaned in annoyance. "Of course that happened," he said with a sigh. Turning to his class, he continued, "All right then, All Might should be on his way here soon, but for now, we'll start without him." 13 nodded, maintaining their chipper tone. "All right, now then, I'll explain what each of you will be doing and how this exercise will work." As 13 began explaining the lesson to the students, Vlad's sharp ears picked up a faint sound from down below, near the central fountain. It was subtle but enough to set off his internal alarms. He instinctively glanced down and saw a black vortex forming out of thin air. His eyes widened in horror as the vortex expanded, and a pale, gnarled hand emerged from it. "What's that?" Pony whispered, noticing Vlad's sudden tension. Emerging fully from the vortex was a man with disheveled hair, covered in disembodied hands. His presence exuded a chilling malevolence. Vlad's heart raced as the portal grew larger, spewing forth a multitude of villains. The sheer number was overwhelming, far exceeding anything Vlad had anticipated. "Stay back," Vlad shouted, his voice echoing with urgency as he stepped protectively in front of his students. 13's explanation faltered as they too noticed the unfolding horror. "Everyone, stay together," 13 commanded, trying to keep the students calm and focused. "We need to get them out of here," Vlad said, his mind racing through potential strategies. He turned to 13, his expression grave. "We can't let these villains near the students." From down below, standing ominously together were Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The young villain's eyes scanned up the steps, taking in the sight of the two heroes and the clustered students. Yet, their real target was nowhere to be seen. "Where is All Might?" Shigaraki's tone was harsh and hoarse, filled with frustration. "I do not know, young Tamura," Kurogiri replied, his voice calm and measured. "Our information indicated he would be here." Shigaraki shrugged, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It doesn't matter, I'm sure he'll come, if we kill a few students." Vlad's eyes narrowed into a fierce glare as he cracked his knuckles, turning to 13 with a resolute expression. "Get them out of here, 13. I'll handle this." Knowing what his teacher was about to do, Izuku stepped forward, his face filled with worry. "Sensei, you can't fight alone." Izuku cried out. "There are too many. Let us help." Vlad shook his head firmly. "No, this is my job," he replied, his voice unwavering. No matter the odds, a hero does not back down. Izuku was taken aback by the conviction in Vlad's words. He watched as his teacher, brimming with resolve, leapt down towards the villain army. Vlad landed heavily, the ground shaking under his impact. He stood tall, a lone barrier between the villains and his students. "Who the hell is he?" A panicked villain cried out, his voice echoing through the USJ. Another villain, more composed, stepped forward with their quirk at the ready. "Who cares? Gun squad, fire," he declared. The villains with long-range quirks unleashed their attacks, hurling projectiles at Vlad. But the blood hero was ready. He quickly formed a large shield of blood in front of him, deflecting the onslaught with ease. The projectiles bounced harmlessly off his barrier, and as the gun squad ceased their barrage, Vlad's shield morphed into gauntlets around his fists. Without hesitation, Vlad charged into the fray. His first punch sent one villain flying backward, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. He spun on his heel, delivering a devastating strike to another villain's gut, causing them to double over in pain. A swift backhand took down a third, and with a powerful uppercut, he sent a fourth villain sprawling across the floor. In mere moments, Vlad King had incapacitated 4 villains with a display of sheer strength and skill. Up above, Isizuku watched in awe, his heart swelling with hope. He marveled at his teacher's combat prowess, believing that perhaps they could win this fight against the villains. Midoriya, snap out of it. Itsuka's urgent voice cut through his thoughts. We need to get out of here. Isizuku shook himself from his stupor, turning to face his classmate. Sorry, I'm on my way, he cried, quickly following her. As 13 and the students made their way to the door, their escape was abruptly blocked by a swirling mass of black mist. Emerging from the darkness was Kurogiri, his presence immediately ominous. The purple-clad villain looked at the group with cold, calculating eyes. I'm afraid I can't allow that, he said, his voice dripping with menace. The students froze, their path to safety now obstructed. Izuku's mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. 13 stepped forward and activated their quirk, the powerful vortex beginning to suck up Kurogiri. For a moment, it seemed like the plan was working as the villain was drawn toward the singularity. However, Kurogiri remained unfazed. With a swift, almost casual movement, another portal appeared between him and 13, and another one behind 13. In an instant, 13's back was caught in their own quirk. They cried out in pain, falling to the ground as their quirk deactivated. Kurogiri's voice was cold and mocking. An impressive quirk, but you lack the necessary battle experience. You stood no chance, hero. You're going to pay for that. Tetsu roared. Fueled by rage, Tetsu and Rin charged at Kurogiri, ready to avenge 13. But before they could reach him, they were enveloped by the villain's black mist. My role is to scatter you golden eggs of UA, Kurogiri said, his voice dripping with malice. And ensure you are tormented and tortured to death. Suddenly, the black mist spread out, engulfing most of the students. Despite their attempts to escape, many were swallowed by the darkness and scattered across the vast USJ. Izuku, Pony, Kanoko, Manga, Bando, and Reiko managed to avoid the mist, finding themselves stranded atop the steps. They looked around in horror, seeing their friends disappear one by one. Izuku's heart raced as he scanned the area, his eyes wide with panic. Setsuna and Juzo were nowhere to be seen. The fear that had been simmering beneath the surface now threatened to overwhelm him. He clenched his fists, trying to steady his breathing, but the worry gnawed at him. What if they were in more danger than he and the others were now? Setsuna, Juzo, he whispered, his voice trembling. He could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The uncertainty of his friend's safety was a knife twisting in his gut. Pony noticed his distress and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, they'll be okay, she said, her tone firm yet gentle. Kurogiri's form shifted slightly as he observed the remaining students. How admirable, your hope, he said. But it will not save you. Izuku's fear morphed into a blazing anger. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward Kurogiri, moving with such speed that it momentarily stunned the villain. Just as Izuku was about to close the distance, a portal materialized before him, and a foot shot out, striking him hard in the face and sending him sprawling backward. Midoriya, Manga shouted, his voice echoing with concern. Izuku rolled across the ground, but he quickly regained his footing, determination etched on his face. He looked up to see a horrifying figure emerging from the portal. It was a thin, pale creature, clad only in tattered pants. Its brain was exposed, and its hands were elongated claws. A sinister grin stretched across its face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The aura of malevolence that radiated from the creature was unbelievable. Kurogiri hummed with amusement. How generous of you to loan us this Nomu, Inko, he muttered under his breath. Izuku's eyes widened as he followed Kurogiri's gaze to the rafters. There, Watching the unfolding chaos with a wicked smile, was Inko. She giggled softly, her eyes gleaming with a disturbing excitement. "Let's see if all our hard work paid off, Inko," she said aloud to herself, her voice carrying a chilling edge. Back on the steps, Izuku was locked in a relentless battle with the Nomu. The creature's monstrous strength and speed were daunting, but Izuku's determination and training kept him in the fight. He ducked and weaved around the Nomu's wild swipes, narrowly avoiding its sharp claws with a mixture of agility and strategic movement. Seizing a momentary opening, Izuku surged forward, landing a powerful uppercut to the Nomu's jaw. The force of the punch caused the creature to stagger slightly, but its expression remained eerily blank, unfazed by the impact. Not wasting a second, Izuku followed up with 3 rapid jabs to the Nomu's stomach. Each punch landed with a solid thud, but the Nomu merely absorbed the blows, seemingly unaffected by the assault. Realizing brute force alone wouldn't be enough, Izuku decided to exploit his speed and precision. He sprinted to the side, his movements a blur, and aimed a sharp kick at the Nomu's ribs. His foot connected with a resounding crack, but again, the creature barely reacted, its resilience a testament to its terrifying design. Panting slightly, Izuku took a step back, assessing the situation. "This thing, it's like nothing hurts it," he muttered under his breath, his mind racing for a new strategy. From a distance, Kurogiri watched the battle with cold interest, his gaze unwavering. "Impressive, but futile," he remarked, his voice carrying an ominous tone. Izuku glanced back at his classmates, who were still behind him, trying to devise a plan while watching over the unconscious 13. He knew that if he lost the fight, if he slipped up, the Nomu would go straight for them, and he knew none of them could fight this thing, even with their quirks. I can't let up, I can't lose here," Izuku thought. "I won't let them get hurt. I'll win. I'm not gonna let them die," he thought. He knew he had to end this quickly. Determined, Izuku refocused on the Nomu. Izuku charged forward, and as he closed in on the Nomu, he dropped into a slide, his leg sweeping out to connect with the creature's knee. The satisfying crack of impact resonated through the air, and Izuku wasted no time. He sprang up behind the Nomu, delivering a powerful strike to the back of its head. To his astonishment, the Nomu let out a guttural scream of pain before collapsing to the ground in silence. Izuku stood over the unmoving creature, his chest heaving. A faint smile of triumph touched his lips. Did that do it? He wondered aloud, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and exhaustion. But his moment of relief was short-lived. With an eerie swiftness, the Nomu shot back up, its vacant eyes locking onto Izuku once more. A low, menacing growl escaped its lips, and Izuku's expression hardened, the realization of the true challenge before him sinking in. Damn it, Izuku thought, frustration bubbling up inside him. Why won't this thing go down? The Nomu's gaze then shifted away from Izuku, settling instead on his friends. Izuku's heart stopped as he saw the creature's intentions change, and took a menacing step toward his friends. "No," Izuku shouted, his voice filled with urgency and fear. Fueled by desperation, Izuku pushed himself to move faster than ever before, and he dashed for the Nomu. However, the Nomu itself began running toward the other students, letting out a roar and looking more feral than it had before. The group of students stood frozen in terror as the monstrous Nomu barreled towards them. The reality of their situation crashed down on them like a tidal wave. The villains surrounding them, their teacher wounded and incapacitated, and now this beast ready to strike. One thought echoed in their minds, paralyzing them with fear. "We're gonna die." The Nomu closed the distance with alarming speed, its grotesque form looming over Pony, who stood paralyzed with tears streaming down her cheeks. The creature roared, a deafening sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them, and pulled back its clawed hand, poised to strike. At the last moment, Pony felt a force push her aside, sending her tumbling to the ground. Something wet splattered across her face. Confusion and fear gripped her as she scrambled to comprehend what had just happened. She looked up and saw Izuku standing where she had been, his face contorted in pain but resolute. "Midoriya," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw blood pooling at Izuku's feet. His severed left hand lay on the ground, a gruesome testament to the sacrifice he had made. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking his clothes and the ground beneath him. Time seemed to slow as everyone's reality of the situation sank in. The shock of seeing their friend injured so gravely jolted them out of their paralysis. For a moment, Izuku stood still, his mind processing the excruciating pain. Then, with a burst of adrenaline, he kicked the Nomu in the stomach with all his might, sending the beast flying backward. Izuku himself stumbled, the agony from his severed hand almost overwhelming, but he quickly regained his footing. He stood firmly in front of his classmates, his body a shield against the monstrous threat. Kanoko was the first to break the shocked silence. "Midoriya, are you okay?" she cried, her voice trembling with worry. Izuku didn't respond immediately. Instead, he focused on the task at hand, removing his belt and wrapping it tightly around the stump of his left wrist, creating a makeshift tourniquet to stem the bleeding. The pain was intense, but he pushed it aside, his mind set on protecting his friends. Finally, he turned to face Kanoko, his eyes blazing with determination. "Run," he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Kanoko hesitated, torn between wanting to help and the need to obey his command. "But, Midoriya, no buts," Izuku snapped, his glare fierce. "Get everyone to safety, now." The urgency in his voice spurred the group into action. Pony, Manga, Bando, and Reiko began to move, carrying 13 with them, albeit reluctantly, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and admiration for Izuku's bravery. Kanoko took a step back, her heart aching at the sight of her friend in such pain. "We'll come back for you, Midoriya," she promised, her voice breaking. Izuku gave her a brief, pained smile. "Just go," he said softly, before turning his attention back to the Nomu, which was already recovering from his powerful kick. As his classmates ran toward safety, Izuku braced himself for the next attack. The Nomu let out a guttural roar, its vacant eyes locking onto him with renewed fury. Izuku's mind raced, trying to formulate a plan to hold off the creature long enough for his friends to escape. The Nomu lunged, its claws outstretched. Izuku dodged to the side, using his remaining strength to land a punch to its head. The impact was solid, but the Nomu barely flinched, its monstrous resilience on full display. Izuku's vision blurred momentarily from the pain and blood loss, but he couldn't afford to falter. He had to keep fighting, to buy every precious second for his friends. With every movement, every strike, he could feel his strength waning, but he refused to give up. "I won't let you hurt them," Izuku muttered through gritted teeth, his resolve unwavering. In the distance, he could hear his classmates' footsteps growing fainter. He knew they were getting further away, and that thought gave him a small measure of relief. As long as they were safe, he could endure anything. The Nomu roared again, more enraged than ever. Izuku steeled himself, his body screaming in protest. He couldn't let the Nomu pass. Not now, not ever. "Come on, you monster," Izuku taunted, his voice hoarse but defiant. "Let's see what you've got." The Nomu charged, and Izuku met it head-on, a lone hero standing against an unstoppable force. For his friends, for their safety, he would fight to his last breath. Falling out of the portal, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Manoma landed with a thud in the mountain zone of the USJ. As they scrambled to their feet, they quickly realized they were surrounded by a menacing group of villains. Itsuka and Manoma immediately took fighting stances, their eyes scanning the threats around them, while Setsuna kept her guard up, ready to use her quirk to evade any incoming attacks. One villain, a sinister grin plastered across his face, sneered at the trio. "A bunch of kids, huh? This is gonna be easy," he taunted. Another villain, eyes gleaming with malicious intent, laughed wickedly. "Let's slaughter them all." Can you imagine the look on the heroes' faces? He cackled. Despite the taunts and the imminent danger, the three students stood their ground, determination etched on their faces. They knew they had to fight and protect themselves, no matter the odds. Manoma glanced over at Itsuka, his expression resolute. "Kendo, let me borrow your quirk," he requested, his voice steady. Itsuka nodded, extending her hand toward Manoma. He touched her hand, copying her quirk instantly. One of the villains, seeing the exchange, mocked them. "Ah, look, they're holding hands," he jeered, charging at them with reckless abandon. Manoma didn't waste a second. Activating Itsuka's quirk, his fist enlarged, and he swung it with all his might, delivering a powerful punch that sent the charging villain flying back, crashing into several others in the process. Setsuna took advantage of the brief moment of chaos, her body disassembling into smaller parts to evade an incoming attack. She swiftly reassembled behind another villain, using her quirk to land a precise and disorienting blow. "What the hell?" a villain cried out, his voice a mix of shock and fear. "Get them!" another shouted, rallying the others to charge in, their murderous intent clear. A small group of villains closed in on Itsuka, who swiftly enlarged both her hands. With a determined look, she clapped them together with immense force, squishing the villains between her giant palms and knocking them out cold. "You bitch!" a villain screamed as he lunged at Itsuka from the right. Itsuka quickly shrank her hands back to normal, dodging the jab with a fluid motion. She maneuvered behind the attacker and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Two more villains rushed at her, their faces twisted in rage. Itsuka ducked under the first's wild swing, then swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. In a seamless motion, she rose and punched the second villain in the face, her fist enlarging mid-strike and sending him flying. She turned back to the first villain, who was struggling to get up, and delivered a swift kick to his face, ensuring he stayed down. Meanwhile, Setsuna used her quirk to split herself apart just as an attack was about to land. Her floating limbs moved independently, darting in and out to strike the villains with precise punches and kicks whenever an opening appeared. A villain charged at Setsuna from behind, roaring with fury. She spun around, detaching her leg from her body and sending it flying into the attacker's gut. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of him, and he doubled over in pain. Manoma handled his opponents with remarkable ease. With a swift, powerful launch, he sent one villain crashing into a group of others, causing them to topple over like dominoes. Not pausing for a moment, he retracted his fist and turned to face three more villains charging at him. Enlarging his left hand, Manoma backhanded them away with a single, sweeping motion. A villain tried to sneak up on Manoma from behind, aiming to stab him with bladed fingers. Manoma sensed the attack just in time, sidestepping swiftly. He turned and delivered a precise punch to the villain's side, then followed up with a crushing blow to the face, sending the attacker sprawling to the ground. "These guys, they're too easy," Manoma thought, his mind racing even as he fought. "None of them have any real fighting experience or skill. They're just fodder, goons meant to incite chaos, not the real threat." His eyes darted toward the central plaza, where Vlad King continued to fight off a horde of villains with formidable prowess. Despite the chaos, Vlad seemed to be holding his own, taking down enemies with calculated efficiency. Manoma's gaze then shifted to Shigaraki, who stood menacingly with the large Nomu at his side. "If anything, it looks like the freak with the hands is in charge of this, but why are they doing this?" Manoma questioned internally. "They must know that All Might is a teacher at UA now, so why would they? Wait, there's no way." A realization struck Manoma like a bolt of lightning. They're not here to cause random chaos, they're targeting All Might. This whole attack is a setup to lure him out. Manoma's thoughts raced as he connected the dots. They must know All Might would come to protect the students. They're planning to take him down. I have to warn the others. He glanced at Itsuka and Setsuna, who were still engaged in their own battles, their movements coordinated and precise. Manoma knew they had to regroup and come up with a plan. The villains were too numerous, and the stakes too high, for them to fight individually. "Kendo, Tokage," Manoma called out, his voice cutting through the noise of battle. "We need to regroup. They're targeting All Might. This is all a setup to draw him out." Itsuka, having just taken down another villain, looked up in alarm. Setsuna, mid-kick, redirected her focus towards Manoma's voice. "Let's go," Itsuka shouted, understanding the urgency in Manoma's tone. The three students quickly regrouped and sprinted through the chaotic area, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. They were desperate to find their friends, hoping they were still safe amidst the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, in the ruins zone, the scene was eerily calm compared to the rest of the USJ. The villains who had invaded the area were now helplessly sunk into the ground, struggling futilely to break free. Their predicament was thanks to the combined efforts of Juzo, Shihai, and Togaru. Togaru huffed in anger, wiping sweat from his brow. "HMPH, and they said they were gonna rip us to shreds," he muttered disdainfully. Juzo, satisfied with their handiwork, dusted off his hands. He had softened the ground to ensnare the villains, catching them completely off guard. Shihai had assisted by using his quirk to drag the enemies deeper into the earth, ensuring their capture. Shihai, however, couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. He observed the subdued villains, noticing how easily they had been defeated. Turning to his companions, he voiced his concerns. We should regroup back at the steps, see if anyone's there, and try to escape. I have a feeling that this isn't it. Toguro raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. What do you mean? He asked. Shihai's expression was serious. All these villains were taken out easily. None of them really put up a fight. Hell, I doubt any of them know how to actually fight. It doesn't sit right with me, he explained. These guys are just pawns, meant to cause havoc and distract us from what's really going on. Juzo nodded in agreement, understanding the implications of Shihai's words. So, the real threat is somewhere else, he concluded. Exactly, Shihai replied. We need to find the others and figure out what the villains are really after. The three boys exchanged determined glances before setting off towards the central steps of the USJ, their minds racing with possible scenarios. They knew that the safety of their classmates depended on their actions. Down in the central plaza, Vlad gripped a villain by the chest, his quirk manifesting as tendrils of blood that wrapped tightly around his victim. The blood hardened, forming an unbreakable grip that lifted the villain off the ground. With a swift, brutal motion, Vlad used the villain as a weapon, slamming him into another attacker. Both foes crumpled to the ground in a heap of pain and confusion. Bastard! Came a bellowing cry. Vlad turned, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a large mutant-type villain charging toward him. This new adversary had 4 muscular arms, each one coiled and ready to strike. As the villain closed the distance, he pulled back his 2 left arms, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. Vlad reacted swiftly, forming a shield with his hardened blood. The fists collided with the shield, producing a resonant clang. Undeterred, Vlad pushed the mutant's arms away and wrapped his own hands in layers of hardened blood. With a forceful slam, he brought both hands down on the sides of the villain's head, disorienting him. The mutant staggered, and Vlad seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent the villain flying backward. Shigaraki watched Vlad effortlessly taking down the lesser villains, his face twisting in irritation. He glanced at the hulking Nomu beside him, the grotesque creature standing silently, awaiting orders. Nomu, attack, Shigaraki commanded, his voice cold and decisive. With blinding speed, the Nomu vanished from its spot and reappeared right in front of Vlad. The hero's eyes widened in shock at the creature's inhuman swiftness. The Nomu pulled its fist back and thrust it forward with incredible force. Vlad instinctively ducked beneath the blow, his experience and reflexes saving him from a potentially lethal hit. He countered with a powerful punch to the Nomu's gut, but the beast remained unfazed, showing no sign of pain or reaction. The Nomu attempted to grab Vlad, but he quickly formed a blade out of his own blood and slashed through the creature's hand, severing it cleanly. He backed up, creating some distance between himself and the monstrosity. As he observed the creature, Vlad's eyes narrowed in horror. The Nomu didn't seem to register the pain or the loss of its hand. Within moments, the severed limb regenerated, the new hand forming seamlessly as if nothing had happened. The Nomu turned its vacant, malevolent gaze back to Vlad. Vlad grimaced, his mind racing. There's no way that thing is human, it didn't react to the pain at all, he thought. This isn't just another fodder villain, it's powerful, fast, and relentless, meaning I don't need to worry about holding back. Summoning his blood into his hands, Vlad clasped them together before pointing and aiming at the Nomu. He took a deep breath, centering himself, and then exhaled slowly. Within a fraction of a second, he unleashed a hardened blood arrow with blinding speed, the projectile tearing through the air toward the Nomu. The arrow struck the Nomu's chest with a thunderous impact, piercing through its tough exterior. For a moment, the creature staggered, a low growl escaping its throat. But then, to Vlad's dismay, the wound began to heal almost instantly, the flesh knitting itself back together. Impossible, Vlad muttered, his eyes narrowing. What is this thing? The Nomu, undeterred by the barrage of attacks, lunged forward again. Vlad dodged its swipes with agility and skill, moving with the grace and precision of a seasoned hero. However, He knew he couldn't avoid the relentless creature forever. Finally, the Nomu managed to grab Vlad by the waist with one powerful hand before clenching him with both, starting to squeeze slowly. Vlad yelled in pain, feeling his bones beginning to crack under the immense pressure. As the Nomu's grip tightened, Vlad's ribs finally buckled and broke, causing him to spit out blood. Through the agony, Vlad glared at the Nomu with fierce determination. Summoning his remaining strength, he concentrated his quirk into the palm of his hand, forming a dense ball of blood the size of a tennis ball above the Nomu's head. With a wicked smile and blood leaking from his mouth, Vlad cried out, "Let's see if you can survive this." Supernova. The ball of blood exploded with the force of a grenade, scattering hardened shards of blood like a deadly buckshot. The shrapnel tore through the Nomu's exposed brain, while some fragments flew upward into the air and a few struck Vlad in the side, causing minor injuries but nothing fatal. The Nomu's grip on Vlad ceased as it let go, staggering backward before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shigaraki stared in shock, absolutely stunned that the creature they had created to kill All Might was taken down so quickly by a lesser-known hero. Cheater! Shigaraki seethed, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. Up in the rafters, Inko watched the scene unfold with a mix of disappointment and detachment. She had expected the result, knowing that an exposed brain was an obvious weakness. But she remained unfazed, her mind already working on how to rectify this flaw in future creations. Only a fool would let such a failure cloud their judgment, and Inko was anything but a fool. Vlad collapsed to the ground, the pain from his broken ribs rendering him immobile. Each labored breath sent waves of agony through his chest, but a grim satisfaction washed over him as he saw the Nomu lying lifeless, showing no signs of regeneration. He had done it. He had found the creature's major weakness and exploited it. However, his victory was short-lived. Despite the Nomu's defeat, Vlad found himself in an even more precarious situation. The surrounding villains, previously cowed by his display of power, began to regain their nerve. Realizing their monster had fallen, they saw an opportunity to strike at the now vulnerable hero. One villain, a burly man with spiked knuckles, stepped forward with a sneer. Well, looks like the big hero is down for the count," he jeered, cracking his knuckles. "Let's finish him off, boys." A chorus of malicious laughter echoed around the central plaza as the villains closed in. Vlad struggled to move, his vision blurring from the pain and exhaustion. He tried to summon his quirk, but the exertion of the earlier battle had drained him significantly. Vlad's mind raced, considering his options. He knew he couldn't fight them all off in his current state. He needed a plan, something to buy him time. Thankfully, the pro-hero didn't need to strategize any further, as rescue arrived in the form of a pair of large fists that punched several villains away with incredible force. Vlad's eyes widened as he saw Itsuka, Manoma, and Setsuna coming to his aid. Itsuka leapt toward another mutant-type villain with large muscles, enlarging both of her fists. She clasped them together, raised them high, and brought them crashing down on the villain's head, cracking the ground beneath her. Manoma ran toward a villain with spiked knuckles, swiftly ducking under a jab and touching the villain's waist. Activating their quirk, Manoma gained spikes on his own knuckles. He maneuvered behind the villain and delivered a right jab to their side, causing them to cry out in pain and fall to their knees. Manoma followed up with a kick to the back, sending the villain sprawling to the ground. Setsuna detached her fist and sent it flying toward the gut of one villain. As the first villain doubled over, she retracted her fist and launched the other, hitting the villain square in the face, breaking their nose and sending them backward. More villains charged in, but from one shadow, Shihai emerged, delivering a high kick to the back of a villain's head, knocking them out. He melted back into the shadows, then reappeared in front of another villain, delivering a swift kick to their crotch before disappearing again. Toguro and Juzo quickly joined the fray. Juzo swam through the ground, causing several villains to sink halfway into the earth, immobilizing them. Toguro grew multiple small blades from his arms, slashing at the villains and inflicting shallow but painful cuts. The combined efforts of the students began to turn the tide of the battle. The villains, who had moments ago seemed on the verge of victory, now found themselves overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of the determined heroes in training. Shigaraki glared in frustration as he watched the tides turn in the students' favor. He backed away, pulling out a small earpiece to radio Kurogiri, addressing him by his codename. Black Mist, it's time to retreat. The Nomu has been defeated, he said, his voice filled with bitter annoyance. Of course, young Tamura, Kurogiri replied. The fight here is over. The student up here is dead, as well as the Nomu provided by the good doctor. Shigaraki groaned, his hatred evident. I hate cheaters. A portal then materialized behind Shigaraki. He slowly backed into it, his eyes never leaving the scene of the student's victory. His hateful glare hardened as he took in the sight of his plan falling apart. Next time, I'll kill them all, Shigaraki seethed before disappearing into the swirling darkness. With the young villain gone and most of the villains defeated, the students' spirits lifted, their combined efforts having triumphed over the villainous assault. As the last of the villains were subdued, Itsuka and Manoma rushed over to Vlad, who lay on the ground, battered but alive. Sensei, are you all right? Itsuka asked, her voice filled with concern as she knelt beside him. Vlad managed a weak smile, wincing in pain. I'm hanging in there. You all did great, he replied, his voice strained but proud. Manoma, still vigilant, scanned the area for any remaining threats. We need to get you medical attention, Sensei, you took quite a beating, he said, his tone resolute. Shihai emerged from the shadows, his eyes sharp and focused. We've got to move quickly, who knows if they have any reinforcements coming, he warned. Setsuna, her limbs reattached, nodded in agreement. Let's regroup with the others and get to a safer location, we can't let our guard down just yet. However, before they could take a breath, a desperate cry for help echoed through the plaza. It was Pony. They all turned to see Pony, Kanoko, Manga, Bando, and Reiko rushing toward them, with 13 being carried by Reiko and Bando. Panic set in when they noticed blood smeared on Pony's face, prompting Itsuka to sprint over to her. Itsuka knelt down, eyes wide with concern. Pony, are you okay? Where are you hurt? She asked urgently. Pony, tears streaming down her cheeks, shook her head. It's not my blood, she sobbed. Midoriya. He needs help, she cried out, her voice breaking. Midoriya's in trouble, Setsuna gasped, her face pale with worry. Where is he? Juzo demanded. Up on the steps. Kanoko pointed frantically. Please, hurry, he's hurt badly. Without wasting a second, Setsuna and Juzo bolted toward the steps, their determination evident in their every stride. Itsuka and Shihai followed closely, hearts pounding with fear and hope. Come on, you monster, Izuku taunted, his voice hoarse but defiant. Let's see what you've got. The Nomu charged, and Izuku met it head-on, a lone hero standing against an unstoppable force. Izuku pulled back his remaining hand and swung a punch straight for the creature's face, but the Nomu deftly moved its head out of the way, evading the attack and shocking Izuku. With lightning speed, the Nomu drove one of its claws into the side of Izuku's forearm. Izuku screamed in pain as his fist faltered and his hand opened. Desperate to free himself, Izuku tried to pull his arm away, but the Nomu's jagged mouth clamped down on his fingers, sending a new wave of agony through his body. Despite the excruciating pain, Izuku refused to give up. He pulled his leg back and thrust his knee upward, striking the Nomu under the chin. The force of the blow jarred the creature, causing it to release its grip on Izuku's hand and withdraw its claw from his arm as it staggered backward. Izuku collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at his right hand and saw that the tops of his fingers were torn off, blood pouring from the wounds. His arm was also bleeding profusely from where the Nomu had stabbed him. Gritting his teeth, Izuku tried to get up, but the Nomu quickly recovered and turned back to him with a guttural screech. The creature lunged forward, stabbing another claw into Izuku's shoulder and lifting him off the ground. Ahhhhh! Izuku cried out in sheer agony. The Nomu then pulled Izuku back, before thrusting its claw and Izuku forward, launching him off its claw and sending him flying toward Kurogiri. The warping villain swiftly moved out of the way, watching as Izuku continued to hurtle through the air before crashing against a door with such force that a cloud of dust erupted around him. Izuku lay on the ground, dazed and in pain, struggling to comprehend the extent of his injuries. Blood dripped from his mangled fingers and his shoulder wound, creating a pool around him. He knew he had to move, to get back up and continue fighting, but his body felt heavy and unresponsive. Kurogiri regarded the fallen boy with an unimpressed look. What a foolish boy, sending his friend away, but the arrogant always fall the hardest. As Izuku slumped against the doors, a flood of memories and words echoed in his mind. Memories of his childhood flashed before his eyes. The taunts and jeers from classmates, the pitying looks from teachers, the overwhelming sense of inadequacy. The countless times he had been told he couldn't be a hero, that he would never measure up. You're a good kid, Izuku. You're strong, so help people. It's fine if all you do is reach out a hand. Just help people whenever you can. Even if you're lost, or they're ungrateful, help them anyway. Oguro-san. Die being surrounded by people. Don't end up like me. Can you promise me, Izuku? Oguro-san. What can a quirkless kid do? What can they achieve as a hero? Nothing. I know you can do it, Izuku-kun. Kamari said with a smile. How can someone with no quirk become a hero? It's impossible. Hey, don't give up now. Sensei is gonna be mad if you do. Koichi told him through ragged breaths. It's a good dream, kid, but that's all it will be. Help people, Izuku, if you're gonna be a foolish brat who thinks they can be a hero without a quirk. Then have fun dying. Izuku looked down at the ground, his expression blank and his mind a whirlwind of doubt. Was I always this weak? He thought. The words stung, burrowing deep into the insecurities he had battled his entire life. Finally, the reality of everything set in. The reality that Izuku had been trying to ignore since the fight started. He was going to die. I was so full of myself. Izuku muttered to himself, the words barely audible. I thought I was strong. I thought I was at least strong enough to choose when I die. But I was wrong. His voice, steady at first, finally broke under the weight of his despair. The Nomu observed him with a twisted curiosity, and Kurogiri's eyes glinted with intrigue, both wondering where the boy's rambling might lead or if his mind had simply shattered under the pressure. Izuku stared at his trembling right hand, and the tears he'd been holding back finally began to fall. I'm weak. I'm far too weak, he cried out, the admission tearing through him. With a desperate resolve, Izuku stood up, covering his eyes with his right hand and the left stump, the tears flowing freely now. Ow, I don't want to die. No way, no way, but I am going to die. His sobs echoed in the silence of the battlefield, each one a raw, anguished plea for a miracle that would never come. Kurogiri hummed thoughtfully. How pathetic. However, I'll ensure you a swift death, simply because you put up a good fight, young man, he said, his tone a twisted blend of condescension and respect. He then turned to the Nomu. Make it quick, he ordered. The Nomu roared with glee, its monstrous form quivering in anticipation. It lunged forward, claws poised and ready to deliver the fatal blow. Izuku's tears continued to fall, but he slowly wiped them away with his sleeve. I'm sorry, Oguro-san, Komori-chan, Koichi-san. I couldn't make it as a hero, but... His thoughts were a whirlwind of regret and determination as he looked at the charging Nomu with a fierce glare. I'm not going down without a fight, Izuku declared to himself. As the Nomu closed in, Izuku pulled back his right hand, channeling all his remaining strength into an open palm strike aimed directly at the monster's brain. Every fiber of his being screamed in protest, but his resolve was unyielding. If he was going to die, he would do so fighting with every last ounce of his strength. A true hero to the very end. Finally, the Nomu was right in front of Izuku, and with a guttural roar, it thrust its claws forward. Simultaneously, Izuku launched his open palm at the Nomu's exposed brain. The claws pierced through Izuku's stomach, stabbing him so deeply that their tips emerged from his back. The excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm him, but Izuku didn't falter, his strike landed true. His palm struck the Nomu's brain with such force that the entire organ was crushed, blood gushing from it. The Nomu let out a final, agonized scream before going completely silent and limp. Izuku coughed up blood as he watched the creature collapse, its claws slipping out of his body. Finally, it was dead. And soon, so would he be. More blood flowed from Izuku's mouth as he glared at Kurogiri. The villain returned the look with a small, impressed nod. But before Kurogiri could say or do anything, Shigaraki's call to retreat echoed through the chaos. Knowing the boy was already doomed, Kurogiri complied, disappearing into the shadows. Izuku breathed deeply, fighting to push past the searing pain as he staggered forward, desperate to see if everyone was okay. With each step, he felt himself slipping away, his vision blurring and his strength waning. But he pressed on, driven by the hope that he could at least ensure his friends were safe before his time ran out. Izuku. Hearing his name, Izuku looked up to see Setsuna and Juzo emerging from the chaos, with Itsuka and Shihai right behind them. A weak smile formed on his blood-stained lips as he saw his friends rushing towards him. "Hey, guys," he managed to say. Seeing the dire state he was in, Setsuna sprinted faster than she ever had before. As she saw Izuku about to collapse, she launched her hands forward, catching him just in time to prevent him from hitting the ground hard. She gently lowered him to his knees, her hands trembling with urgency. Finally, Setsuna reached him, with Juzo close behind. She knelt in front of Izuku, her eyes wide with horror and tears streaming down her face. "Is everyone all right?" Izuku asked, his voice barely a whisper, but his smile still soft and genuine. "Yeah, everyone's all right," Setsuna cried, her voice breaking. "Just hang on, Midoriya. Just stay with us." Setsuna. "Juzo, thank you for being my friends," Izuku said, his voice growing weaker. "I enjoyed our time together. I liked hanging out with you guys, playing games, watching movies. I wanted to keep doing that. We still can. We can do all that." Setsuna sobbed, her tears falling onto Izuku's bloodied face. "Just please, don't die." Izuku could feel himself finally slipping away but continued to smile at Setsuna. "I don't need to worry about you guys, right?" he asked, his voice growing fainter. "Live long, and become amazing heroes, will you?" "Don't say that," Setsuna cried, her voice breaking with desperation. "Don't die. Come on, stay with us. Please, don't." Suddenly, Izuku's entire body went limp against her. Setsuna's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her friend's lifeless form, his head resting heavily on her shoulder. "Izu-ku," she whispered, her voice trembling. No answer. "Hey, come on, answer me," Setsuna cried, shaking him gently, hoping for any sign of life. But Izuku's body fell to the side, his expression blank and his eyes lifeless. Setsuna's heart shattered as she realized the devastating truth. "Izuku, no. Please, no," she sobbed, clutching his lifeless body. Juzo, Itsuka, and Shihai stood around her, their own faces etched with grief and disbelief. Juzo stood in shock, unable to accept the harsh reality before him. "This can't be happening," he sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his fallen friend. Shihai stared in horror, his heart aching with a desperate wish that it wasn't true. He prayed silently to any god that might be listening, hoping against hope that this was all just a terrible nightmare. Itsuka covered her mouth with her hands, her sobs uncontrollable as the tears poured down her face. The realization that their classmate was truly gone hit her like a tidal wave. Izuku Midoriya was dead. Above them, hidden in the rafters, Inko watched the scene unfold with a wicked smile. "Oh my, it seems it's time to enact stage 2, she murmured with a sinister tone. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise as a distant memory surfaced. "Ah, that's right, we named him Izuku," she said, a twisted amusement dancing in her eyes. The friends below were oblivious to her presence, their grief consuming them. Juzo fell to his knees, clutching the ground as sobs racked his body. Why did it have to be him?" he cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Shihai's fists clenched in helpless rage. "We were supposed to protect each other. How did we let this happen?" he muttered, his voice trembling with anger and sorrow. Finally, they got a hold of the other heroes as the rest of the class regrouped with most of the villains incapacitated or tied up or half-trapped in the ground. However, when learning about their fallen classmate, their victory seemed empty. Izuku floated adrift in an endless, dark void, surrounded by silence so profound it felt like it could swallow him whole. The space around him had a fluid, weightless quality, like he was submerged in deep, still water. Each movement sent slow, rippling waves through the darkness, and though he felt like he was sinking, there was no ground to reach. Above him, a singular light glimmered like a distant star, its golden rays piercing through the oppressive blackness. The glow carried a warmth that touched more than his skin. It reached into his very soul, washing over him with a sense of calm and comfort. It was a stark contrast to the turmoil he had endured moments before, the chaos and agony still fresh in his mind. Drawn to the light, Izuku extended a trembling hand and began to move toward it, his body sluggish and aching. Yet, the closer he got, the more a deep yearning took hold of him. It wasn't just the warmth he craved, it was the promise of peace, an escape from the relentless battles and sacrifices that had weighed him down for so long. As he swam, a voice echoed from the void, deep and resonant, cutting through the silence like thunder. "You can't die yet, young man." Izuku froze mid-motion, his heart thudding in his chest. His gaze darted around, but the darkness gave him nothing, no form, no source. Just the voice. Huh, who's there? Who's talking? He thought, his mind clouded with exhaustion. Another voice followed, softer and gentler, yet carrying an undeniable urgency. "You're our hope." A third voice, trembling with emotion, joined in. "We need you." Izuku closed his eyes, his head drooping as he let out a long, shaky breath. "Hope, you don't need me, I'm tired. I've given everything." The words formed in his mind, not with anger but with resignation, his weariness heavier than ever. The first voice returned, sharper and tinged with a dark edge. "You're our chance for revenge. Our chance to kill that demon." The second voice added, its tone desperate, almost pleading. Izuku's eyes snapped open, the light above him suddenly seeming farther away. Demon. The word echoed in his thoughts, his confusion cutting through the haze of fatigue. The man known as the Demon King. The villain who steals quirks and souls. The third voice declared, its words slicing through the darkness with a chilling intensity. Each syllable carried weight, resonating with an ancient, raw hatred that seemed to pulse through the void itself. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. The name felt foreign, yet something about it clawed at the edges of his memory, tugging at a part of him he didn't fully understand. Before he could process it, more voices erupted around him, each one bursting with urgency, desperation, and fury. They came from every direction, blending into a storm of sound that battered his already fragile consciousness. "He has to be stopped." One voice cried out, sharp and fierce, vibrating with unshakable determination. "We must kill him, tear him apart, take back what he stole." Another voice echoed, dripping with venom and seething with vengeance. "You don't understand. He's too dangerous to leave alive." A third voice shouted, its words trembling with both fear and conviction. "He's ruined us all. You have to fight. You cannot die. Not yet. We need our revenge." Izuku clutched at his chest, his breathing ragged, the voices piercing through him with every syllable. The warmth of the light above faltered, the comforting glow now flickering as the weight of their desperation pressed on him. "Wake up," demanded all the voices in unison. Izuku shot upright with a gasp, his chest heaving as if he had just surfaced from drowning. His eyes darted wildly around the dimly lit room, his heart pounding like a war drum. He was lying on an operating table, the cold, unyielding steel pressing against his bare skin. Half of his body was draped with a stark white sheet, and as the realization struck him, a flush of embarrassment rushed to his face. "Whoa, where are my clothes?" he blurted, his voice echoing sharply against the sterile walls of what was unmistakably a morgue. His hands scrambled to clutch the sheet closer to his body, his cheeks burning with mortification. Before he could process anything further, the creak of a door opening drew his attention. He snapped his head toward the sound, his breath catching at the sight of figures entering the room. First came the mortician, whose face shifted from practiced detachment to wide-eyed shock. Behind them were three familiar faces, Principal Nezu, All Might, and Detective Tsukauchi. The group stopped in their tracks, their expressions a blend of astonishment, confusion, and an almost palpable sense of disbelief. All Might's jaw slackened, his thin, gaunt face betraying his usual composure. Nezu's sharp eyes gleamed with something indescribable, relief, perhaps, or sheer awe. Tsukauchi, ever the seasoned detective, looked like he'd seen a ghost, his usually calm demeanor shattered. Izuku instinctively adjusted the sheet around himself, his fingers gripping it tightly as his cheeks darkened further. Despite the surreal nature of the situation, embarrassment overrode everything else for a brief moment. Could I, get my clothes back? Please." Izuku asked, his voice tinged with a sheepish, almost childlike vulnerability. It was Nezu who broke the silence first, stepping forward slowly. His diminutive form belied the gravitas of his words as he spoke, his voice soft yet trembling with emotion. "Izuku, you're alive," he murmured, his tone hovering between disbelief and overwhelming relief. Izuku blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Alive? What do you mean?" Before Nezu could respond, a flood of memories surged through Izuku's mind. His hands shot up to clutch his head as fragments of the battle replayed in excruciating detail. The clash of fists, the searing pain, the desperate cries, and finally, the moment of darkness. He had died. He knew he had died. I died," Izuku murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief as his eyes darted between the faces before him. His hands gripped the edge of the steel table, the cold metal grounding him as his mind raced. "But, I'm back. How?" The weight of his words hung in the air, the stillness broken only by the faint hum of overhead lights. The silence that followed felt deafening, as if no one dared to speak, uncertain of how to address the impossible. Nezu stepped forward, his calm, composed demeanor radiating reassurance despite the surreal circumstances. His small frame seemed almost fragile compared to the gravity of the moment, yet his sharp eyes gleamed with purpose. "For now, let's not worry about the details," Nezu said, his voice soothing but firm, as if willing Izuku to anchor himself in the present. "What's important is that you're here. First, we need to get you dressed and make sure you have something to eat. We'll address the rest in due time." Izuku nodded numbly, his mind still spinning as he tried to process the impossible turn of events. His trembling hands loosened their grip on the table, and he let out a shaky breath, clinging to Nezu's calm words like a lifeline. Nezu turned to the mortician, All Might, and Detective Tsukauchi, his expression shifting to one of quiet authority. "Doctor," he addressed the mortician, "could you please find some clothes for young Midoriya? And I trust I can count on your discretion regarding what you've witnessed here." The mortician, still visibly shaken, nodded quickly. "Of course, Principal Nezu," he said, his voice slightly unsteady as he hurried out of the room, eager to follow through on the request. As the door swung shut, Nezu pivoted to face All Might and Detective Tsukauchi, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "Gentlemen, we have a mystery on our hands," he said, his voice low but heavy with significance. "This event requires immediate analysis and absolute confidentiality." All Might's brows furrowed, his gaunt face shadowed with a mix of relief and unease. "Agreed," he said, his voice carrying a deep gravity. "Young Midoriya's return is miraculous, but it's also troubling. We need answers, and quickly." Detective Tsukauchi adjusted his stance, his professional mask slipping to reveal genuine concern. "Whatever brought him back, we can't afford to let this news spread," he said, his tone measured but urgent. "If word gets out, it could draw attention we're not prepared to handle. Izuku's safety must be our top priority." Nezu's sharp mind was already racing, piecing together fragments of what little they knew, while simultaneously preparing for the avalanche of questions yet to come. His small frame belied the immense weight of his intellect, and his voice, though calm, carried a commanding authority. "Agreed," Nezu said, nodding firmly. "Our first priority is to ensure Izuku is stable, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Once he's had time to gather himself, we need a full debrief from his perspective. Whatever he experienced, it might provide critical clues." As he spoke, the door creaked open, and the mortician re-entered, carrying a neatly folded set of clothes. "Here you go," the mortician said, his voice subdued, his gaze flickering uneasily between Izuku and Nezu. "Thank you," Izuku said softly, taking the clothes. He dressed quickly, the simple act grounding him in a way nothing else had since he'd awoken. The familiar texture of fabric against his skin brought a fleeting sense of normalcy, though his mind remained a storm of bewilderment and questions. As Izuku slipped on the last piece of clothing, he glanced at the adults. Their expressions varied, Nezu's sharp and calculating, All Might's torn between relief and concern, and Tsukauchi's a mask of professional detachment overlaying quiet unease. The sight filled Izuku with a strange sense of foreboding. Whatever had brought him back wasn't just personal, it was monumental. Nezu gestured toward the door, signaling for them to leave the morgue. "Let's continue this discussion in a more secure location," he said. The group exited together, their footsteps echoing in the cold, sterile hallways. The air was heavy, thick with unspoken questions and the tension of a mystery that none of them could yet grasp. Izuku walked at the center of the group, his posture unsure but his mind churning. Every step away from the morgue felt like stepping deeper into the unknown. A miracle had occurred, one that defied logic and understanding, but it was also clear that it wasn't without consequence. 2 days later, it was lunchtime at UA High School, and Setsuna Tokage and Juzo Hononuki found themselves sitting outside on a grassy hill near the cafeteria. The bright midday sun bathed the grounds in a warm glow, but the usual liveliness of their surroundings seemed muted. Each had a tray of food in front of them, but neither showed much interest in eating. The recent attack on the USJ had left deep scars, and the weight of the experience clung to them like a heavy fog. Juzo, usually upbeat and quick to joke, found himself unusually quiet. He glanced at Setsuna, her emerald green hair ruffling slightly in the breeze as she sat hunched over, staring at the ground. Her expression was blank, distant as if her mind were a million miles away. The silence between them was deafening, filled with unspoken words and lingering echoes of the chaos they'd survived. Juzo shifted uncomfortably, the weight of the moment pressing on him. He let out a soft sigh, deciding to break the oppressive quiet. "Kind of weird, huh?" he started, his voice light but tentative. "Having Ms. Midnight as our substitute while Vlad-sensei recovers." He tried to inject a sense of normalcy into the conversation, his tone carrying an edge of forced cheer. Setsuna didn't respond. Her gaze remained locked on the ground, her hands resting limply on her tray. It was as if she hadn't even heard him. Juzo frowned, watching her closely. The spark that usually defined Setsuna, the boldness, the humor, the unstoppable energy, was nowhere to be found. In its place was a quiet, unsettling stillness. He hated seeing her like this, and yet he knew she wasn't alone in feeling this way. They'd both been through hell. After a few moments, he tried again, his voice a little softer this time. "Ya know, I'm actually kind of glad the sports festival is coming up," he said, forcing a small smile. "It'll give us something to focus on, a chance to push ourselves and show what we've got. I mean, we can't let something like this keep us down forever, right?" He let out a low chuckle, but the sound rang hollow in the heavy air. It felt more like a reflex than genuine laughter. Setsuna's gaze finally shifted, though it didn't lift from the ground. After a long pause, she spoke, her voice so quiet that Juzo had to lean in slightly to hear her. "Does it feel like a dream to you?" she asked, her tone detached, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Juzo raised an eyebrow, unsure if he'd heard her correctly. Izuku being dead," Setsuna said, her voice trembling as she clarified. "Does it feel like a nightmare? Like a dream?" Her eyes were fixed on the ground, her words halting as if they were too painful to say aloud. "It doesn't feel real to me. I keep thinking he's going to walk through the classroom door with that damn smile on his face, but then I remind myself he's dead, and he's never coming back." Her words hit like a punch to the gut, and Juzo felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He knew exactly what she meant. The death of Izuku Midoriya didn't just feel wrong, it felt impossible, like some cruel twist of fate they couldn't quite believe. After the attack, when Juzo had returned home, he'd spent the night lying awake, clinging to the faint hope that he'd wake up and everything would be normal again. That Izuku would be in class the next day, chatting about quirks or hero strategy with that spark of passion in his voice. But when he'd come back to UA and seen the somber faces of his classmates, the crushing reality set in. Juzo nodded slowly, his expression heavy with sorrow. His eyes met Setsuna's, and he could see his own grief reflected in hers. "Yeah, it feels like a dream," he admitted, his voice low. "I hate it. I know it's real, but a part of me keeps hoping that somehow, we're wrong. That he's not gone." Setsuna's lips quivered as she fought back tears. Her hands clenched into fists on her tray, her knuckles white. "Become amazing heroes," she said quietly, her voice cracking. "That's what he told us to do. That's what he believed in." Juzo straightened slightly, his sorrow momentarily replaced by a flicker of determination. "Yeah," he said, his voice firm. "And I'm gonna make sure to do just that during." "Hey, B-listers." Startled, Both Juzo and Setsuna turned to see a spiky blonde-haired student stomping toward them, his posture radiating aggression. His sharp crimson eyes were locked on them with a fiery intensity. Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A was practically a storm cloud of annoyance and fury as he approached, his movements brisk and purposeful. "Who's he?" Juzo muttered, frowning at the approaching figure. Setsuna shrugged, equally puzzled. "No clue. But he's definitely pissed." Bakugo stopped directly in front of them, crossing his arms as he glared down at the pair. His voice came out as a low growl, brimming with disdain. "You must think you're hot shit for fighting villains, huh?" Juzo blinked in confusion before his brow furrowed. "What? Don't play dumb with me." Bakugo snapped, his tone sharp and accusatory. "You extras probably think you're so damn special now, don't you? Just because you got a little taste of real action." The venom in his voice sent a spark of irritation through Setsuna. She narrowed her eyes, standing her ground. "Excuse me," she said sharply, her tone matching his intensity. Bakugo scoffed, stepping closer as if to emphasize his point. "Yeah, you heard me, lizard girl. You're all probably patting yourselves on the back for surviving that shit, huh? Feeling like real heroes now? Well, let me tell you something, you're not. Seriously." Setsuna shot back, rising to her feet. Her emerald eyes blazed with anger as she faced him. "We didn't ask to get attacked. Do you think we wanted any of that?" "TCH. Bakugo clicked his tongue, his glare intensifying. "Don't give me that crap. You're just sitting here acting all high and mighty. Like you're better than me because you got a shot at some real villains." "Bakugo, what are you doing?" A voice called out, cutting through the simmering tension. From behind the spiky-haired blonde, a small group of his classmates approached: Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, and Mina. Their expressions ranged from concern to exasperation as they closed the distance. "Bakugo, what's your deal, man?" Kirishima asked, his tone equal parts firm and pleading. Bakugo turned on his heel to face them, his glare landing squarely on Kirishima. "Shut it, shitty hair," he snapped, jabbing a finger in Kirishima's direction. "I'm just putting these B-listers in their place. Dude, leave them alone, seriously." Kaminari interjected, his usual lightheartedness replaced by genuine irritation. "One of them died, for crying out loud." Bakugo's brow furrowed for a moment, as if the words hadn't fully registered. Then his expression shifted, a flicker of realization crossing his face before being quickly buried under his usual scowl. "Oh, right, heard about that. One of them kicked the bucket." He paused, his tone turning sharp and dismissive. "Wasn't it the quirkless freak?" The words hit like a thunderclap. Setsuna and Juzo froze for a split second before anger erupted in their expressions. "Are you serious right now?" Setsuna barked, her fists clenching so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Bakugo ignored her, continuing with a sneer. No surprise he bit it. What the hell did he think was gonna happen? Some wannabe hero with no quirk, throwing himself into a fight like he belonged there. The idiot probably got in your way more than anything else. Bet you spent more time saving his ass than anything else. Juzo's jaw tightened, his usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of his fury. Setsuna, however, was already moving. "Shut the hell up, you bastard," she yelled, stepping forward. Her entire body radiated anger, her voice trembling with the sheer force of her emotions. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he took a step toward her, his posture shifting into something almost predatory. "Or what?" he challenged, his tone low and dangerous. Setsuna pulled her hand back, her fingers curling into a tight fist, ready to launch an attack. Across from her, Bakugo's stance shifted, his hands flexing as faint pops of sparks crackled ominously around his palms. The air between them felt electrified, a single spark away from igniting into chaos. "That's quite enough," a voice rang out, calm yet commanding. The tension shattered like glass as both Setsuna and Bakugo froze. They turned in unison to see Principal Nezu standing a few feet away, his small frame almost dwarfed by the authority emanating from him. Alone, yet entirely in control, he regarded them with his signature blank yet calculating expression. "Principal Nezu," Mina exclaimed, her voice high with surprise. Her wide eyes darted between Nezu and the brewing fight. Nezu clasped his small hands together and took a deliberate step forward. "Mr. Bakugo," he began, his voice measured but firm, I suggest you be on your way. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to assign you detention for this unnecessary aggression. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he turned to fully face the principal, sparks briefly flaring from his palms. TCH. Whatever, he grumbled, shoving his hands into his pockets. With a final scowl at Setsuna, he turned on his heel and stalked off. Nezu watched him go before redirecting his attention to Setsuna and Juzo. His demeanor remained calm, but there was a distinct gentleness in his tone as he spoke. Ms. Tokage, how are you holding up? Setsuna's glare lingered, her posture still stiff with frustration. Do you really need to ask me that? She replied sharply, her voice a mixture of defiance and hurt. Nezu tilted his head slightly, his expression thoughtful yet understanding. I ask because I care, he said simply. I know emotions are running high, and the weight of what you've been through is immeasurable. But please, remember this, you are not alone in carrying it. Juzo placed a steadying hand on Setsuna's shoulder, his quiet presence a reminder of their shared burden. Setsuna took a shaky breath, her clenched fists relaxing at her sides. Juzo, still trying to shake off the lingering tension from the confrontation, nodded in agreement. Thanks, Principal Nezu, he murmured quietly, his voice soft but sincere. Nezu's gaze softened, and he offered them a small, reassuring smile. Take care of yourselves, and remember, UA is here to help you, he said with an air of kindness, his voice calm and gentle despite the weight of everything that had happened. With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps light yet purposeful. As Nezu distanced himself, Setsuna and Juzo stood in silence, watching their principal retreat into the school building. The tension between them, which had been so sharp just moments before, began to dissipate, replaced by a fragile calm. Juzo exhaled a deep breath, the weight of the confrontation lifting slightly from his shoulders. That was close, he muttered, running a hand through his hair and glancing at Setsuna to gauge her reaction. Setsuna, still visibly shaken, nodded in agreement, but her jaw remained tight with barely contained anger. Yeah, but I won't let anyone talk about Izuku like that, she said firmly, her voice unwavering and sharp. Her words carried a depth of emotion, a mixture of protective anger and the lingering pain of their friend's death. Juzo looked at her, admiration and concern swirling in his chest. I know, he replied softly. None of us will. Setsuna let out a small, almost imperceptible sigh. I don't know how to feel anymore. Every day is just a reminder that he's not here. Juzo nodded, his expression softening. I get it, but we have to keep moving forward, for him, for all of us. His words were tinged with a quiet resolve. They both knew that Izuku had wanted them to be great heroes, and they couldn't afford to let grief paralyze them. Meanwhile, Nezu continued walking away, but as he did, a heavy feeling settled deep in his chest. The weight of the moment pressed on him, and his steps faltered for just a second as a pang of familiar, gnawing guilt twisted within him. As much as he wanted to comfort the students, to tell them the truth, he couldn't. He knew the secret he carried was too important, that revealing it now would only complicate things further. Izuku wasn't truly gone, but for now, for the sake of a larger, more intricate plan, that truth had to remain hidden. The lie felt suffocating, but it was a necessary one. The burden of that deception was a constant presence in Nezu's thoughts, a reminder of the stakes they were all facing. With a final, silent glance back at the students, Nezu pushed forward, his mind already working through the next steps, all while carrying the quiet, unbearable weight of the truth on his shoulders. What exactly are you saying, recovery girl? Naomasa's voice was sharp, filled with confusion and concern as he leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the medical professional. The small meeting room at UA was tense with the weight of the conversation. Nezu sat at the head of the table, his small paws steepled thoughtfully, while Detective Naomasa, Toshinori Yagi, and Recovery Girl were all gathered around, trying to piece together the troubling revelations. Recovery Girl, her expression unflinching, met the detective's gaze. What I'm saying, detective, is that before, the boy, Midoriya Izuku, was quirkless. But now, after all that's happened, his bloodwork shows traces of 3 distinct quirks, she explained, her voice steady but heavy with the implications of her words. She glanced down at the medical files in front of her, her fingers brushing over the paper. His records from before he entered UA are consistent, he had no quirk. But after what occurred, the latest tests show these new developments. One of the quirks is confirmed to be high-speed regeneration, she continued, her voice tinged with concern. Toshinori Yagi, who had been sitting silently, processed the information, his brows furrowed as he slowly pieced together the pieces. The very same quirk the two Nomu possessed, he murmured, his voice grave. Do we have any idea what the other two quirks might be? Recovery Girl shook her head, her expression troubled. Not yet, she said quietly. We have a good guess on one, but the other is unknown, and there's no way to know without further testing, but there are no guarantees. Naomasa furrowed his brow, clearly intrigued but also concerned. Is there any way to figure out what the other two quirks are? His voice held a hint of urgency. Recovery Girl crossed her arms, her gaze shifting toward the detective. Unless you plan on forcing him into another fight, no, she said bluntly. Her tone was laced with a touch of exasperation, though her concern was evident. Testing without his cooperation could cause more harm than good. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of her words settled over everyone. Naomasa leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface of the table as he processed the new information. So, we're dealing with a kid who has not only been resurrected in some sense, but now possesses abilities similar to those monstrous Nomu, he mused, his sharp eyes glancing over at Toshinori. Toshinori's expression grew darker, his once bright demeanor clouded with concern. He wasn't sure how much of this was tied to the larger conspiracy, but he could sense the deepening mystery. Naomasa looked directly at Toshinori, his voice turning more pointed. Toshi, what do you make of all this? You think this kid's some sort of spy or something? Toshinori sat back in his chair, deep in thought, his brow furrowing as he mulled over the situation. After a moment, he met Nezu's gaze before turning his attention back to Detective Naomasa. No, I don't think he is, Toshinori said firmly. I've known Izuku for a small amount of time, and Nezu has reassured me that he's kept a close watch on him. I believe him. Nezu's always been someone I can count on. His voice was steady, underscoring his trust in the UA principle. Nezu, who had been silently observing the conversation, looked up at Toshinori and offered him a small, appreciative smile. Thank you, Toshinori, he replied, his voice calm but laced with gratitude. Toshinori gave him a quick nod in return, his face still etched with concern but comforted by the trust he had in the small, intelligent principal. Naomasa, who had been listening carefully, narrowed his eyes as he processed Toshinori's words. All right, so the kid isn't working for All for One, he said, his tone laced with skepticism but also a hint of relief. But then how did he get those quirks? The room went quiet for a moment, each of them reflecting on the weight of the question. Nezu's expression shifted slightly, his sharp mind already processing the possible outcomes. It seems, for now, that will have to wait to be answered, he said, his voice taking on a more strategic tone. What we must focus on now is unlocking the mystery behind Izuku's other two quirks. We need to understand what they are, and more importantly, how they fit into the bigger picture. Toshinori nodded thoughtfully. That's true, he said, his voice a mixture of concern and determination. We can't keep him hidden forever, though. The students are going to start asking questions soon enough. He was there, in front of everyone. A good number of students saw him die right in front of their eyes. The tension in the room seemed to grow as everyone absorbed the full weight of Toshinori's words. How could they possibly explain this strange resurrection? How could they maintain their composure when so many of their students had seen Izuku fall? Naomasa let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples as the enormity of the situation hit him. You're right, he said, his voice heavy. But how do we explain it to them? To the students? How do we even begin to make sense of something like this? Nezu, ever the strategist, glanced around the room before responding. How about we wait until we know what the other quirks are before we reveal to anyone that Midoriya is alive? He suggested. We still have 2 weeks before the sports festival. That gives us some time to investigate, test his abilities, and come up with a reasonable explanation. Hearing Nezu's words, Toshinori turned to him with a surprised expression, his voice filled with disbelief. You want him back that soon? He asked, his eyes widening slightly. After everything that's happened, Nezu met his gaze calmly, his sharp eyes betraying no uncertainty. I do, he said, his tone firm. The opening speech at the sports festival is a pivotal moment, and Izuku's presence will carry a great deal of weight. Toshinori blinked, still processing. But why? He asked, the confusion clear in his voice. Naomasa, who had been listening intently, raised an eyebrow as well. Yeah, why then? He asked. If anything, revealing Izuku would show that the villains failed in their attack on Ua, but at the same time, it would raise questions. Why hide Izuku for so long instead of informing the public? Why keep him under wraps? Nezu nodded in agreement with Naomasa's concerns before continuing, his expression turning more serious. I have 3 reasons for doing this, he said, his voice low and deliberate. The first, as the detective said, is to send a message. The villains thought they succeeded in taking Izuku from us, but they failed. Revealing him now will be a statement, an affirmation that Ua and its students remain resilient, despite the threats we face. Toshinori and Naomasa exchanged a glance, both of them understanding the strategic importance of such a move, though they were still wary. Nezu paused for a moment, ensuring they were following before continuing. My second reason, Nezu continued, is that I believe there may be another party involved here, someone or something that has taken an unusual interest in Izuku. We need to consider that this situation is not as simple as it seems. The fact that Izuku is not only alive but has developed new quirks is not something that can be ignored. Naomasa's brow furrowed as he digested this. Another party, he repeated, his voice laced with concern. What makes you think that? Nezu leaned forward, his eyes focused as he recounted the troubling information. I've read every report from the villains captured during the USJ attack, he said. Many of them mentioned a female doctor, who was said to be accompanying the Nomu. Several even claimed she went with them to the USJ, but despite their testimonies, no one saw her, and she was never captured. Naomasa, his brow furrowed, crossed his arms as he processed the information. Many of the reports do mention this woman, but they also say she was hiding behind a mask, so we don't know who she really is, he said, his voice tinged with frustration. And there's no way she's legally working. Her involvement with the Nomu is highly suspicious. But we can't exactly start investigating every female doctor in the country, it would take too long. Nezu nodded solemnly, acknowledging the difficulty of such an investigation. Yes, you're right, he agreed. But here's the thing. While the communication from the USJ was deactivated during the attack, the security cameras were still operational. A few of them managed to capture a woman, dressed like a doctor, observing the fight below. More specifically, she was watching Izuku fight the Nomu. Toshinori and Naomasa exchanged a sharp glance, both now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Nezu continued, his voice steady but tinged with concern. The footage isn't clear, due to the interference, but I'm confident that it's the same woman mentioned in the villain reports. Wait a minute, Naomasa said, leaning forward. So, someone created these Nomu for the League of Villains and All for One, but now you think they have their own agenda. One that, for some reason, involves Izuku. His tone was skeptical, but the growing uncertainty in his voice betrayed the weight of the revelation. Nezu nodded firmly, his eyes narrowing with determination. Yes, I believe that whoever this woman is, her intentions are far more complicated than just aiding the League of Villains. She has a vested interest in Izuku, and that makes her potentially just as dangerous as All for One himself. Toshinori's face grew darker, and his expression got troubled as he considered the implications. Anyone working with All for One is dangerous, he muttered under his breath. But why Izuku? What makes him special? Why go to such lengths to involve him? Naomasa leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in thought as he considered the implications. Perhaps this third party knows about your connection to the boy, he suggested, his voice steady but laden with suspicion. Nezu's expression remained calm, but the wheels in his mind were turning rapidly. It's possible, he admitted, but if they did, why wouldn't they blackmail me into working with All for One? Why not threaten Izuku's safety to force my hand? Why wouldn't they just tell All for One about our connection and use it against me? Naomasa tilted his head, mulling over Nezu's words. That's a good point, Toshinori said, his voice laced with quiet contemplation. All for One wouldn't miss an opportunity to leverage someone like you, especially if he knew about your ties to Izuku. If this third party knows, they're certainly keeping it to themselves, but if they don't, were still left with the same question: why are they so invested in Midoriya? The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of the unanswered question. Naomasa and Toshinori exchanged glances, both of them lost in thought as they tried to piece together the fragments of a puzzle that only seemed to grow more complex. Nezu, his mind still racing, folded his hands thoughtfully. Perhaps they don't want to expose themselves just yet. If they know something about Izuku, something we don't, then maybe they see him as a tool. But for what purpose? His voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air, unanswered and unresolved. Toshinori leaned back, rubbing his chin in thought. If they know something we don't, we need to find out what that is before it's too late, he said, his expression darkening. Izuku's life could be at stake, and if they're using him for something, we need to know what they're after. Naomasa nodded grimly. Whatever their intentions are, we can't afford to sit back and wait. We need to uncover their motivations before they can make a move that puts Izuku, and everyone else, at risk. Nezu stood quietly alongside Izuku in a large, empty chamber. The space had been reinforced with thick steel walls and energy-dampening materials, designed to withstand even the most intense quirk usage. It was sterile and quiet now, but soon, it would be the stage for something far more chaotic. Izuku stood a few feet away, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders in preparation. He was dressed in his UA gym outfit, though his eyes held a sharper focus than usual. This wasn't a regular workout or sparring match. This was different, dangerous, even. Recovery Girl's report had been clear. There was only one reliable method to unlock the remaining quirks he'd mysteriously inherited. Stress, either through real combat or by placing him in a life-threatening situation. Naturally, the latter wasn't an option Nezu was willing to entertain. Which left them with combat. But his opponent today wasn't just anyone. She was someone who didn't know the meaning of holding back. Nezu glanced at his young ward, concern flickering in his sharp, intelligent eyes. Izuku, are you absolutely certain about this? His voice was calm, but there was an undeniable note of worry in his tone. Izuku exhaled slowly, then nodded with quiet determination. Yeah, he said, if this is the only way we can figure out what these other quirks are, then I'll do whatever it takes. Nezu tilted his head thoughtfully before nodding. Very well, but the moment I see you're in serious danger. I know, Izuku interrupted with a small, reassuring smile. You'll stop it, but trust me, Principal Nezu, I'll be fine. His voice was steady, confident, even if there was a flicker of nerves behind his eyes. He was used to pushing himself to the edge, but there was always a line. And today, he might be crossing it. Nezu returned the smile, though his concern didn't fade completely. All right, Midoriya, just remember, your opponent isn't known for restraint. And she can be rather eccentric. Izuku blinked at that, arching a curious brow. She, he echoed, his mind racing through possibilities. Who was he fighting? Before Nezu could clarify, the heavy steel doors at the far end of the room suddenly burst open with a resounding bang. The noise echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. A loud, boisterous voice followed immediately after. Heeey. Is that the brat I'm supposed to be kicking around? Hearing the sudden shout, Izuku instinctively spun around, his heart pounding in his chest. What he saw made his breath catch. Standing confidently in the doorway was none other than one of the most formidable and physically powerful pro-heroes in Japan, Rumi Usajiyama, better known as the Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Of all the heroes Izuku admired, she was right up there alongside legends like Yukio, Best Jeanist, Fat Gum, and, of course, All Might. But where All Might was the symbol of peace, Mirko was raw strength and relentless energy incarnate. Mirko, Izuku blurted out, his eyes wide with shock and awe. He almost stumbled backward, barely believing she was actually here in front of him. Mirko strode toward him with the confident swagger of someone who had never backed down from a fight in her life. A wide, toothy grin stretched across her face, radiating cocky assurance. Hey, so you do know who I am, huh, kid? She asked, stopping a few feet in front of him and cracking her knuckles with loud, satisfying pops. Izuku managed to recover his composure, sort of, and nodded quickly, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth despite his nerves. How could I not? You're one of the best close combat heroes out there, second only to All Might. I've watched almost every fight you've been in just to study your moves," he exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration and excitement. Mirko let out a hearty laugh, throwing her head back for a moment before giving him an approving nod. "Ha, always good to meet a fan who does their homework," she said, flexing one of her toned arms for emphasis. "And from what I've heard, you're no slouch yourself, Midoriya. Pretty damn impressive for a kid without a built-in strength quirk." Izuku flushed, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. I do my best. Still got a long way to go, though." Mirko's grin widened, and she leaned forward slightly, her crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. "That's what I like to hear. There's always room to get stronger. No limits. Just the next fight," she said, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet with pent-up energy. "But we're not here for a motivational speech or to get all buddy-buddy, kid. I'm here to kick those other two quirks out of you. So get ready." The casual way she said it made Izuku's jaw slacken in surprise. He blinked rapidly, then whipped his head toward Nezu, silently demanding an explanation. Nezu, ever composed, gave him a small, reassuring smile. "She needed to be informed," the principal explained calmly, folding his paws behind his back. "For her own safety, in case one of the quirks that manifests is unpredictable." Izuku swallowed hard and turned his gaze back to Mirko, who was already loosening up with some stretches that showed off just how agile and dangerous she was. He took a steadying breath and clenched his fists at his sides, trying to calm the nervous energy surging through him. "All right," he said, determination settling into his voice. "I'm ready." Mirko cracked her neck and grinned wider. "You better be, kid, 'cause I don't plan on holding back." In an instant, Mirko launched herself forward with explosive speed, her fist cocked back and ready to strike. To the untrained eye, she was a blur, like a cannonball shot from a gun, but Izuku's gaze stayed sharp and focused. He didn't flinch. Instead, his instincts kicked in as he swiftly brought both arms up, crossing them in front of his face in an X formation just in time to absorb the blow. Crack! The impact reverberated through his entire body like a shockwave. Even with the block, the sheer force behind Mirko's punch sent him sliding backward across the reinforced training floor, his boots skidding hard against the smooth surface. He dug his heels in after a few feet, slowing himself to a stop. His arms tingled from the impact, and he could feel the burn in his muscles, but he was still standing. Mirko's crimson eyes widened, if only for a heartbeat. "Not bad," she muttered with an impressed grin. "You've got some spine after all." But she wasn't about to let up. Without missing a beat, Mirko surged forward again. This time, she leapt high into the air and tucked her body into a tight front flip, spinning with dizzying speed. Izuku's eyes tracked her carefully, his mind already working to predict her next move. As she came down from her rotation, her powerful leg snapped out, aiming an overhead axe kick straight for his head. The air whistled with the speed of her descent. But Izuku was ready. Just before her heel could connect, he twisted his body and dove to the side with precision timing. Mirko's foot slammed into the ground where he'd stood an instant before, the force of her landing creating a deafening boom. Cracks spider webbed across the floor beneath her like glass under pressure. Izuku's sharp green eyes caught sight of an opening, and he didn't hesitate. Pushing off the ground with a burst of speed, he shot forward like a bullet, his right fist pulled back and aimed directly at Mirko's jaw. His muscles coiled, ready to strike. But Mirko was a veteran fighter. Years of battle-hardened reflexes kicked in the moment she felt his approach. With the barest shift of her weight, she pivoted to the side, narrowly avoiding his punch. In the same fluid motion, her hand snapped out and delivered a brutal chop to Izuku's midsection. The strike knocked the breath from his lungs, doubling him over slightly, but she wasn't done. As he faltered, Mirko followed through with a swift backhand across his face, the impact sending him staggering a few steps back. "Come on, kid," Mirko barked, her grin widening with excitement. "I know you've got more than that. Show me what you've really got." Izuku coughed lightly, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with exhilaration. She was right. He did have more, and he was going to show her. Izuku launched himself forward again, faster than before. His emerald eyes were sharp, focused entirely on Mirko's every movement. As he closed the distance between them, his left fist cocked back, gathering strength for a powerful punch aimed squarely at her midsection. Mirko reacted on instinct, snapping her leg up in a lightning-fast high kick, aiming for Izuku's head. But this time, Izuku was ready. He brought his right arm up just in time to block the blow, his forearm colliding with her shin in a clash that sent a sharp jolt down his bones, but he held firm. Without wasting a second, Izuku twisted his body and drove his left fist forward, slamming it deep into Mirko's gut. The impact echoed through the reinforced training room like a thunderclap. Mirko's crimson eyes widened just slightly as the force blasted her off her feet, sending her flying backward through the air. She hit the ground hard, rolling across the polished floor in a controlled tumble before planting her feet and skidding to a halt, crouched low and steady. For a moment, Mirko stayed where she was, one hand pressed lightly against her stomach as a sharp sting radiated through her core. But instead of grimacing, her lips curled into a wide, feral grin. She shook the pain off with a quick breath, her wild eyes gleaming with renewed excitement. "Ha, not bad, kid," she barked, cracking her knuckles as she stood tall again. "I'm really starting to enjoy this." Izuku exhaled through his nose, his own heart pounding in his chest, not with fear, but with exhilaration. Sweat clung to his brow, but his breathing was steady, his mind locked in. He wasn't thinking about the quirks he was supposed to unlock. He wasn't analyzing. He wasn't worrying. All that mattered right now was the fight in front of him. Mirko was his world at this moment, and nothing else existed outside of their clash. And it was in that clarity that something stirred. At first, it was subtle. A strange spark deep within him, like the distant crackle of static electricity. It wasn't fear. It wasn't adrenaline. It was something new, something awakening. Mirko didn't hesitate. She shot forward again, her body a blur of speed and strength, her fist drawn back and ready to drive into Izuku's ribs. But as she closed the distance, she felt it too, a strange sensation building in her own body. A low hum that spread from her shoulders down through her arm, concentrating in her clenched fist. It was as if the air itself was charging around her, energy coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Izuku saw her coming and reacted immediately. His muscles tensed, his feet shifted into position, and his own right hand drew back. But as he did, that same buzz pulsed through his arm, an electric charge dancing over his skin. Tiny arcs of black and red light flickered to life around his fingers, surging outward with an energy he had never felt before. At last, Mirko closed the distance in a blur of motion, her crimson eyes locked on Izuku with fierce intensity. Her fist was cocked back, aiming squarely for his jaw. But at the last possible instant, she adjusted, her sharp instincts telling her to change her target. She twisted her body mid-stride and redirected her punch downward, aiming for Izuku's gut instead. Izuku had already committed to his own attack. His head shifted to the side to avoid the blow he thought was coming, and his fist rocketed forward toward Mirko's face. It was too late to dodge. Neither of them had time to react. And in the space of a single heartbeat, no, less than that, something extraordinary happened. In the span of a millionth of a second, as both fists connected with flesh, a blinding explosion of energy erupted. Brilliant arcs of crimson and black lightning crackled violently from the points of impact, wrapping around both fighters like a surge of uncontrolled electricity. The shockwave that followed was immediate and devastating, as if an invisible giant had slammed both of them with unimaginable force. Boom! The sound was deafening. The reinforced floor beneath their feet cracked, spiderweb fractures splitting out like a ripple on glass. Both Izuku and Mirko were launched backward through the air as if they'd been hit by a speeding train. Mirko slammed into the far wall with a grunt, cracks splintering out from the point of impact before she dropped to her hands and knees, coughing as the force rattled through her bones. Izuku wasn't faring much better. He tumbled violently across the floor, his back skidding with enough friction to scorch the fabric of his training uniform before he managed to dig his heels in and come to a rough, breathless stop. For a moment, there was silence. Heavy, charged silence, like the world itself was holding its breath. Mirko slowly stood up, wiping a smear of blood from the corner of her mouth, her breathing ragged but steady. Despite the pain radiating through her body, her wild grin stretched even wider, eyes burning with excitement. Izuku pushed himself up on shaking arms, his chest rising and falling in deep gulps of air as he coughed up some blood. His body ached, his muscles screamed in protest, but something had changed. He could feel it. Before the fight could escalate any further, the training room's reinforced doors slammed open with a deafening bang. The sudden noise echoed through the space, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Stop the fight immediately," boomed a commanding voice. Both Mirko and Izuku froze mid-motion, their instincts on high alert as they turned toward the source. Charging into the room with urgency was none other than All Might himself, still in his powerful hero form, golden hair glinting under the bright lights. His eyes, however, were wide with a mixture of concern and awe. At his side was Principal Nezu, whose calm, composed demeanor contrasted with the urgency of the situation. The two quickly approached Izuku, who stood there breathing heavily, his hands still faintly tingling from the clash with Mirko. All Might's gaze locked on Izuku, and he took a step closer. His familiar wide grin was in place, but there was an unmistakable hint of shock in his voice as he spoke. "Young Midoriya, do you realize what you just did?" he asked, his tone a mix of disbelief and excitement. Izuku blinked, his mind still spinning from the last exchange. He glanced down at his hands, turning them over slowly. Only moments ago, they had sparked and crackled with energy, something fierce and wild, but now they were still. I don't," Izuku admitted, his expression full of confusion. "I was just fighting. I didn't think." Nezu stepped forward then, his paws clasped behind his back. His red eyes gleamed with a rare spark of excitement. "Izuku," Nezu began, his voice steady but layered with enthusiasm, "what you and Mirko just accomplished is nothing short of remarkable. You both triggered a phenomenon known as the Black Flash." "Black Flash," Izuku echoed, tilting his head in confusion. Nezu nodded, adjusting his small tie as he began to explain. "Yes, it's a rare and powerful phenomenon, once thought to be a quirk unique to a legendary hero long before your time. During All Might's early years as a pro hero, there was a martial arts specialist known as Tiger Fist. His quirk was called Black Flash. It allowed him to strike with devastating force by creating a momentary distortion in space." Mirko crossed her arms, listening with a raised brow. "I've heard of Tiger Fist. The guy was a beast." All Might chuckled lightly at her comment before Nezu continued. "The Black Flash occurs when a fighter connects an attack within 0.000001 seconds of their peak physical exertion, perfectly synchronizing their body, mind, and intent. For that brief instant, they align themselves so completely with the moment that they create a spatial distortion around their strike. The result is an attack that increases in force exponentially, said to be several times stronger than a normal blow." Izuku's eyes widened with astonishment as he absorbed the information. His heart raced as he tried to wrap his head around it. "That's incredible," he said, his voice filled with awe. "Tiger Fist could do something like that on command." "Actually, he couldn't," All Might said, his tone thoughtful, eyes distant as he recalled the memory. "I met Tiger Fist several times in my early days as a pro hero. We even sparred on a few occasions. During one of our matches, I noticed he wasn't using his quirk at all, so I asked him why. That's when he explained something surprising: he couldn't activate Black Flash at will." Izuku's brows furrowed in confusion. But why not?" he asked, glancing between his mentor and Nezu. "If it was his quirk, shouldn't he be able to control it like any other ability?" All Might gave a slow shake of his head, his expression serious now. "No, because as Principal Nezu mentioned earlier, Black Flash isn't something you can just trigger like switching on a light. It requires a very specific, and rare, alignment of the mind and body in perfect harmony. That's not easy for anyone to achieve, let alone maintain, especially in the middle of a chaotic battle." Nezu stepped in then, adjusting his tiny blazer as he spoke. "Think about it, Izuku. When you're fighting as a hero, you're not just focused on the enemy in front of you. Your mind is constantly divided, worried about protecting civilians, watching for collateral damage, coordinating with allies, anticipating enemy tactics. It's extremely difficult to clear all that mental noise and achieve the kind of laser-focused state required for Black Flash." Izuku nodded slowly in understanding. He could imagine how hard it must be to balance so many priorities at once. Even in training exercises, his mind often raced in a dozen different directions, thinking about strategy, safety, and execution. But back there, during the fight with Mirko, his mind had been empty. There had only been the fight. I think I get it now, he murmured. It's not about thinking. It's about being completely in sync with the moment. Exactly, Nezu said with a pleased nod. And that's why Tiger Fist couldn't rely on his quirk. It was unpredictable. There were times when he would go months, years, even, without experiencing Black Flash. Mirko, who had been listening intently, suddenly tilted her head and crossed her arms. All right, but here's what I'm curious about, she said, her crimson eyes narrowing. If this kid has that quirk now, she gestured at Izuku with her thumb, how the hell did I pull it off back there? All Might chuckled warmly at her confusion. Ah, I wondered if you'd catch that, he said. It turns out, Tiger Fist's quirk, while powerful, was also unique. It had a passive effect. Mirko's ears twitched slightly. Passive effect, she echoed with a skeptical look. Nezu's gaze gleamed with something close to excitement. Yes, Black Flash wasn't just an ability that Tiger Fist could use on his own. It had an unusual property that allowed others to access it under the right conditions. Wait, what? Izuku asked, his eyes widening. So, anyone could use it. Not anyone, Nezu clarified. But if someone was near Tiger Fist, and they achieved the same perfect alignment of mind and body in a moment of peak physical exertion, they could trigger a Black Flash themselves. It didn't matter if they were his ally or his enemy. It was a passive, uncontrollable phenomenon tied to his very presence. Mirko blinked in surprise, then gave a low whistle. So it's contagious, she said, almost impressed. In a sense, yes, Nezu said. As long as the conditions were met, and they were in close proximity to him, others could experience the same distortion effect. It's what made sparring with Tiger Fist such a unique challenge, and why his opponents often came out stronger from fighting him. So, because Izuku now carries Tiger Fist's quirk, when I was fighting him and hit that perfect moment, I was able to trigger a Black Flash, too. Mirko asked, looking between the two teachers. Correct, Nezu confirmed with a nod. It's an incredibly rare occurrence, but you both did it. Izuku's mouth was slightly agape. That's crazy, he said, his mind reeling from the explanation. So as long as I have this quirk, other people around me could potentially pull off a Black Flash too, All Might finished for him. If they meet the conditions, and if they're close to you. But don't worry, young Midoriya. It's not something that will happen easily or accidentally. Mirko gave Izuku a wide grin, punching her fist into her open palm. This is turning out to be way more fun than I thought, she said with a feral gleam in her eye. We're definitely doing round 2, kid. You're not getting out of this. Izuku gave a nervous laugh but couldn't stop the smile forming on his face. Yeah, round 2, he echoed. I'll be ready. Meanwhile, in the observation room overlooking the training arena, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he watched the sparring match unfold on the monitors. His sharp eyes followed every movement, noting Izuku's reactions, his timing, and the flashes of power that had erupted just moments ago. Kid's got regeneration, and now a quirk like Black Flash, makes me wonder what the third quirk's gonna be. Naomasa thought, his gaze flicking to the vitals monitor, where Izuku's biodata confirmed rapid healing that far outpaced normal recovery times. He let the thought hang in his mind as he reached for his coffee cup, only to pause when the door to the monitor room opened. Naomasa turned sharply, but relaxed slightly when he saw who it was. Recovery girl, he asked with a raised brow. The elderly nurse was standing in the doorway, breathing hard, her expression unusually grim. In her hands was a thick, manila envelope, the edges frayed as if she had gripped it tightly the entire way over. Without wasting a second, she strode toward him. Detective Tsukauchi, she said, her tone clipped and serious, we need to talk. Naomasa straightened up. What's going on? He asked, setting his cup aside as he stepped forward to meet her. She exhaled a heavy, weary breath before holding up the envelope. I found this sitting on my desk when I returned to my office today. No note, no sender, just this. Naomasa took the envelope from her with practiced caution, his fingers quickly flipping open the flap. Inside, he found a stack of documents, medical files, lab reports, and data analyses. The top sheet immediately caught his attention. Subject: Midoriya, Izuku. Where did these come from? He asked, though he had a sinking feeling in his gut that he wouldn't like the answer. I have no idea, Recovery Girl admitted grimly. But they were too important to ignore. Naomasa nodded, already sifting through the pages, his sharp eyes scanning the reports with growing concern. The data was thorough, painstakingly detailed assessments of Izuku's physiology, quirk factors, and genetic modifications. Many of the files were dated 2 or 3 years ago, but as he flipped deeper into the stack, the more recent reports turned his concern into outright dread. The detective's jaw tightened as he read on. One report explained in clinical detail how Izuku had been forcibly given quirks through experimental methods. It mentioned the same advanced regenerative ability seen in the Nomu. Next came the entry about the passive quirk, Black Flash, previously owned by Tiger Fist. The way the report described its passive transference effect perfectly matched what they had just witnessed in the sparring arena. But when Naomasa reached the final report, the color visibly drained from his face. His fingers clenched the paper tightly, creasing its edges as he read the line detailing Izuku's third and final quirk. This can't be right, he whispered, his normally steady voice laced with disbelief and horror. Recovery Girl stood silently in the corner of the monitoring room, her small hands folded tightly over the handle of her cane. Her gaze stayed fixed on Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, who now sat in the chair by the monitor, the envelope of classified reports resting on his knee. His usual calm demeanor had fractured, revealing the weight of what he had just read. The silence between them was heavy, thick with the burden of a shared, grim understanding. She didn't need to ask what he was thinking. She had read the reports herself. She knew exactly why his shoulders were stiff with tension and why his fingers tightened imperceptibly on the manila folder, as if he could squeeze the dangerous knowledge out of existence. At last, Naomasa let out a slow, controlled breath and slid the papers carefully back into their envelope, sealing it shut with a deliberate motion. His dark eyes flicked to Recovery Girl, their usual warmth replaced with cold, hardened resolve. We can't tell Izuku about his third quirk, Tsukauchi said quietly but firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Not yet, maybe not ever. Recovery Girl met his gaze evenly, the corners of her mouth tugging downward into a deep frown. You're certain? She asked. Her voice was soft, but there was an edge of steel beneath it. Naomasa nodded once. I'm certain, he said. We'll tell Nezu. We'll tell All Might. But Izuku, he can't know. If he finds out what that quirk really is, who it belonged to, he may start to question himself. He leaned back in his chair with a heavy sigh, rubbing a hand over his face before continuing. He's already carrying so much. We can't risk him spiraling because of it. Recovery Girl's expression softened with reluctant understanding. She nodded slowly, though there was a sadness in her eyes. You're worried he'll lose himself, she murmured. No, Naomasa said after a moment, shaking his head. I'm worried he'll be afraid of himself. The two shared a quiet moment of agreement, the unspoken fear hanging between them like a dark cloud. They both knew Izuku's heart was good, perhaps one of the purest they'd ever seen in a hero. But fear could be a powerful and dangerous thing, especially for someone with powers he barely understood, let alone controlled. Tsukauchi stood and moved toward the intercom system, his movements measured and calm. With practiced ease, he summoned Nezu and All Might to the monitor room, his voice even and professional, masking the grave nature of their meeting. It was crucial they kept up appearances. Izuku couldn't suspect a thing. As they waited, Recovery Girl's thoughts drifted back to the report. She could still see the text in her mind, burned there like a scar that wouldn't heal. Quirk 03. Devourer original possessor. Akui Kuroya occupation. S-class villain. Her knuckles tightened around the curved handle of her cane until they turned bone white. The faint creak of strained wood was the only sound in the room as Recovery Girl's grip trembled ever so slightly. She forced herself to draw in a steadying breath, but it did little to calm the storm churning inside her chest. Akui Kuroya. The name echoed in her mind like a death knell. He had once gone by another name in the underworld, a name whispered in terror, spat in hatred, and recorded in every hero dossier with bold, red warnings. Glutton. An S-class villain, infamous for his insatiable hunger. Not just for power, but for people. For destruction. For the slow, deliberate breaking of anything, and anyone, he set his sights on. Akui Kuroya had been a predator, a monster in human skin who thrived on consuming lives to grow stronger. His quirk had given him the terrifying ability to absorb and assimilate the quirks, strength, and even the vitality of others. But it was his cruelty that had made him truly feared. His methods were not swift. He devoured hope long before he devoured flesh. And now, his quirk, devourer, was inside Izuku Midoriya. Recovery Girl's stomach twisted, not from fear for herself, but for the boy. Her gaze flicked to Detective Tsukauchi, who was still silent, brooding over the grim truth they now shared. But her thoughts kept circling back to the same horrific connection that made this revelation far worse. Akui Kuroya wasn't just a name in a case file. He wasn't just another villain who had scarred Japan's history. He was the monster responsible for the death of Inko Midoriya. Today was the day. The long-awaited UA Sports Festival had finally arrived, and Class 1B stood together like a battalion ready for battle. Their eyes were sharp, their uniforms crisp, and the tension in the air around them buzzed with adrenaline. They weren't just students today. They were competitors, warriors, and for some, symbols of something much bigger than victory. At the front of the group stood Setsuna and Juzo, both exuding a quiet, focused intensity that was far removed from their usual casual demeanor. Setsuna's smirk was replaced by a steady, calculating look, her segmented limbs twitching ever so slightly as if aching to be put to use. Honanuki's usual grin was there, but behind it was a cool determination, his posture confident, his muscles loose and ready. Behind them, Manoma wore his trademark smug grin, but something in his eyes betrayed the truth. This wasn't all theatrics. He wasn't just here to provoke Class 1A or show off. He was here to prove that 1B belonged in the spotlight too. His confidence had been sharpened by real work, and for once, he wasn't just playing to the crowd, he was preparing for war. But perhaps the most surprising change came from Pony. The American transfer student stood tall among her classmates, her hands balled into ready fists, her eyes glowing with resolve. There was no nervous energy, no unsure glances, just focus. Gone was the skittishness she had when she first arrived. She now looked like someone ready to charge headfirst into whatever challenge was waiting. In front of them, Kon Sekijiro watched them with a quiet pride in his eyes. His arms were crossed, and a faint smile played at his lips. They're ready, he thought. They've all grown, especially after what happened to Midoriya. It hadn't been easy. After the incident at USJ and the painful loss of Izuku, some of the students had taken their training to an entirely new level, not just out of duty, but out of respect for the boy who had risked everything for them. Setsuna had shifted her focus, learning to weaponize her quirk in more refined, efficient ways, less chaos, more precision. She had drilled herself relentlessly, working to control her limb fragments better in midair, trying to close the gap between her and faster, more direct fighters. Honanuki, on the other hand, had been experimenting with subtlety, no longer just softening the ground beneath others but learning to adapt his quirk defensively, shaping terrain to his advantage while keeping the foundation beneath himself stable. His movements had become smoother, his quirk usage more creative. Manoma, ever the ambitious one, had pushed himself hard, working with both Kon and Itsuka to refine his close-quarters combat while also learning to copy and store quirks more quickly under pressure. He was no longer content with brief glimpses of borrowed power, he wanted to wield them with finesse. And then there was Pony. Still relatively new to hand-to-hand combat, she had shown startling progress. Training under Itsuka's guidance, she had picked up the basics fast, her natural agility and timing making up for what she lacked in brute strength. She still couldn't beat veterans like Itsuka or Manoma in straight-up matches, but she'd already bested students like Tetsu in spars through clever use of movement, prediction, and her horns. She had grit now, grit forged through loss, forged through guilt. Kon's eyes swept over his class one more time as they stood in the waiting tunnel, the roar of the crowd echoing just beyond the gates. He could feel it. 1B was more than ready. This year, they weren't just participating in the sports festival. They were here to make a statement. They were here to win. Kon Sekijiro stood tall at the front of the waiting area, arms crossed and voice booming with authority as his eyes swept over the assembled students of Class 1B, all clad in their gym uniforms and buzzing with anticipation. "All right, everyone, listen up," he called out. The chatter instantly died down. Our bus will be here shortly to take us to the stadium. Once we arrive, you'll be directed to join the rest of the student body for the opening event of the sports festival. You are to remain focused, composed, and cooperative with the staff. Understood? Yes, sir. The class shouted in unison, voices full of fire and excitement. Khan gave a satisfied nod, a hint of pride in his eyes. Good. But before he could give any further instruction, a new voice echoed through the hall, confident, teasing, and unmistakably amused. Well, so these are our underclassmen, huh? The students of Class 1B turned toward the voice, their curiosity piqued. Approaching from the corridor was a group of older teens, clearly from the second-year hero course, each of them carrying themselves with a presence that came from having already survived one sports festival of their own. Their uniforms were a bit worn in, their movements casual yet sharp with experience. At the front of the group was a striking woman, her posture confident and relaxed. A long, pale scar stretched across the right side of her face, starting under her eye, crossing the bridge of her nose, and stopping just above her upper lip. It gave her an intimidating air, but the sly smile tugging at her lips softened it with charm. She was Iori Utheim, also known by her pro-hero name Miko, the support shrine heroine. As the heroics instructor for Class 2A, she was well known for her unorthodox training methods, calm intensity, and sharp tongue. Khan blinked, caught slightly off guard. Iori-san, he asked with mild surprise. What brings you and your students down here? The scarred woman gave Khan a casual smile, too casual. Oh, you mean Nezu didn't fill you in? She asked, voice laced with playful mischief. Khan's brow furrowed. Fill me in on what? Utheim shrugged with deliberate nonchalance. Well, if he didn't tell you. Her eyes flicked toward the nearby students with a sly glint. Then I'm afraid I can't say much. Not in front of your class, anyway. Khan's expression shifted instantly, confusion morphing into unease. He turned his gaze to the group of older students standing confidently behind her, and that unease deepened into full-blown suspicion. 7 second years stood tall, watching the first years with varying degrees of curiosity, amusement, and challenge. Khan recognized them immediately. Mai Zenin, Kokichi Muda, Kasumi Miwa, Norito Shikamo, Aoi Todo, Momo Nishimiya, and Mawata Fuo. All were among the top combatants in their year, with reputations that extended even beyond the school. Khan narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping his voice low. Shouldn't they be preparing with the rest of the second years for their event? Utheim's smile grew sharper, more fox-like. Oh, they should, but Nezu had other plans. She turned to glance at her students, who stood with relaxed but unmistakable poise. He decided they'd be much more useful assisting with the first-year sports festival. Khan's eyes widened. Useful, assisting. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. These 7 weren't here to observe or guide. They were here as obstacles, as part of whatever twisted challenge Nezu had concocted for the first years. Iori, he muttered under his breath, what the hell is he planning? She simply chuckled, folding her arms. Oh, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. Before Khan could press further, the sound of a loud, booming voice broke the moment like glass. You, roared Todo, pointing with dramatic flair straight at Manoma. Manoma blinked, caught off guard. Me, he said, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Aoi Todo stood like a statue carved from stone, tall, imposing, and with a presence that commanded attention the moment he entered a room. He was nearly the same height as their homeroom teacher, but somehow he felt even larger. His physique was massive, each muscle defined and packed beneath the fabric of his gym uniform like a coiled spring waiting to snap. His skin was tanned from training under the sun, his dark eyes small and intense, and his long black hair was tied into a distinctive top knot. Stray strands jutted out around it, curling like the filaments of a flower's stamen, a fitting homage to the meaning of his name. But what truly caught the eye was the brutal scar slashing down the left side of his face, a silent reminder that this upperclassman wasn't just muscle and flair. He had seen things, fought through them, and survived. He cracked a smirk as he strode confidently up to Manoma, eyes narrowing with challenge and curiosity. Then, in a voice that was both serious and somehow dramatic, he asked, "What's your type?" Manoma blinked. Huh. Todo stepped closer, arms crossed like he was preparing for some great philosophical debate. Your type of woman. His voice was deep and unflinching, as if asking about life's most profound mystery. I can tell what kind of man you are, no, what kind of warrior you are, just by the kind of woman you admire. He pointed a strong finger at Monoma's chest. So tell me, what kind of women move your soul? The entirety of Class 1B stood in stunned silence. Setsuna tilted her head, brow furrowed. Is this guy for real? Is he a pervert or something? She muttered under her breath, to which Honanuki gave an awkward shrug. Even Khan had no words, his jaw slightly clenched as he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, muttering something about, should have seen this coming. Manoma, however, simply stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. He looked up at the much taller Toto, then glanced at Yutheim, who didn't even bother intervening, choosing instead to lean against the wall with an amused smirk. Finally, Manoma sighed, brushing a hand through his hair. If I have to indulge this, he said with reluctant flair. I suppose I'm drawn to a woman who's strong, physically and emotionally. Someone loyal, dependable, not afraid to speak her mind. Stern when needed, but with a sense of grace. Mature, composed. He paused, then gave a shrug. A woman who doesn't need saving, but still believes in standing beside someone, as equals. Hearing Monoma's answer, Setsuna let out a low, amused chuckle. She leaned over with a teasing smirk, elbow nudging the redhead beside her. Wow, she said slyly. That answer sound a little familiar to you, Prez. Itsuka blinked, caught off guard. Huh, what do you? She began, but then paused, her brow furrowing slightly as the meaning behind Setsuna's words clicked. Wait. Hold on, what are you implying? Setsuna just grinned wider, clearly enjoying the reaction. Oh nothing, just that someone might match that description a little too perfectly. Itsuka flushed slightly but rolled her eyes, brushing it off with a shake of her head. Ugh, don't start, she muttered, though her voice was light and more embarrassed than irritated. Meanwhile, Toto, who had moments earlier declared Manoma his rival, suddenly stepped back, folding his arms with a deep scowl. His expression had shifted completely, from inspired intensity to disappointed disinterest. How plain, he muttered, lips pursed in judgment. A truly dull boy. Manoma whipped his head around. Excuse me, he snapped. I was mistaken. I thought you had the soul of a poet, the fire of a warrior. But instead, Toto paused, sighing heavily. You just described a tax accountant. Manoma looked ready to explode. Before the conversation could devolve into an actual shouting match, a smooth voice cut in. Now, came a calm interjection. Let's not judge them too quickly, Aoi-san. There are underclassmen, after all. I'm sure they'll surprise us, one way or another. Stepping beside Toto was Mizenin, calm and cool as always. Her posture was relaxed, hands resting on her hips as she gave Manoma a once-over, not with contempt, but with faint curiosity. Mai had shoulder-length dark hair, neatly cut with a slight inward curve at the ends, and bangs swept sharply to the right side of her face. Her deep brown eyes were sharp and discerning, framed by thin, defined brows that gave her an air of quiet authority. Unlike Toto's loud bravado, her presence was subtle but unmistakable, like a drawn blade still resting in its sheath. Her tone, though soft, had a weight behind it that made even Toto pause. Besides, she added, turning her gaze to the rest of Class 1B, I hear this year's first years have been tested. More than most. That comment earned a few stiffened shoulders from the younger students, especially those who had lived through the USJ incident. The weight of her words wasn't lost on them. Izuku Midoriya was his name, right? Mai said smoothly, her voice laced with a cold, mocking tone. She folded her arms and tilted her head slightly, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. I bet he was pathetic before he died. Quirkless, wasn't he? Probably crying like a child at the end. Hiding behind you all while you risked your lives. Am I wrong? The air shifted. Words hung heavy in the silence like a loaded gun. And then, snap. In a blur of motion, Pony shot forward, eyes blazing, her fist pulled back with fury fueling every step. Her usually bright, kind face was twisted into a glare of pure rage, tears threatening to form at the corners of her eyes. She didn't hesitate. She didn't think. She just ran. ready to throw a punch that would wipe the smirk off Mai's face. But before her fist could make contact, clap, a sharp, thunderous sound echoed through the corridor, and in the blink of an eye, Pony and Mai switched places. Pony blinked, suddenly finding herself exactly where Mai had stood just a second before. She stumbled in confusion, trying to piece together what had happened. Across from her now stood a visibly irritated Mai, brushing dust off her sleeves with an annoyed scoff. "Really? Aoi," she said flatly, eyes flicking toward the tall boy beside her. "That trick again." Toto, arms crossed and eyes stern, didn't waver. "That's enough, Mai," he said, his tone unusually serious. She turned to glance at him, her expression unreadable, but she shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance. "What?" she said coolly. "I'm just saying what some of them might be too scared to admit." The moment those words hit the air, Pony spun on her heel, glaring daggers at the older student. Her voice trembled, but not from fear, from sheer emotional weight. "Don't dare talk Izuku like that," she snapped in broken but fiery Japanese. Her fists clenched at her sides as tears slipped down her cheeks. "He was hero. He didn't run. He saved us." The passion in her voice silenced the hallway. Mai blinked, caught off guard, not by the words, but by the sheer emotion behind them. She wasn't expecting such a visceral reaction from the normally soft-spoken girl. Setsuna and Honanuki both stepped forward, standing protectively beside Pony. Even Manoma, often more concerned with showboating than solidarity, looked shaken, his smug demeanor replaced with quiet fury. Khan, their teacher, moved in immediately, stepping between the students with a stern expression. "That's enough, all of you," he said, voice firm. "This is not the time, and it is definitely not the place." Yutheim sighed beside him, muttering under her breath, "Nezu's little plan is already causing sparks." Toto glanced at Pony, his expression unreadable for a moment, and then gave a small nod of respect, silent but genuine. Mai, however, simply turned her head, her smirk gone. She didn't apologize, but she didn't speak again either. There was no mistaking it now. This wasn't just going to be a sports festival. This was going to be a war. "Speaking of Nezu, hello, Class B." The booming, cheerful voice snapped everyone's attention toward the pathway near the parking zone. Riding atop a motorized trolley like it was some kind of royal parade float was none other than Principal Nezu, the eccentric rat-bear-mouse hybrid in all his fuzzy, grinning glory. He stood confidently on top, one paw held up in greeting while behind him sat a large, mysterious box secured tightly to the trolley's frame. The whole setup looked like a magician about to unveil their greatest trick. The trolley screeched to a halt just a few feet in front of the gathered first and second years, dust kicking up at its wheels. Nezu, ever theatrical, hopped off with an elegant leap, landing beside the box as if he had rehearsed the move dozens of times. Beaming, he swept his paw out in a grand gesture. "How are you all doing today?" he asked, voice chipper. A chorus of mixed responses followed, some good and okay. Others just offered awkward thumbs up or blank stares, still unsure what to make of the principal's dramatic entrance. Nezu chuckled, tail flicking with delight. "Wonderful, because today, my dear students, especially those of you in Class 1B, I have something very special for you." Now even Khan looked bewildered, glancing at the strange box with growing suspicion. Nezu gave the box 3 quick knocks, tap tap tap. A low whir sounded from within. Then, with a loud psshhht, the top of the box popped open with a burst of confetti, smoke, and steam. And then, emerging from the mist, stepping up as if climbing out of a magician's hat, was a familiar mop of messy green curls, a wide grin spread across his freckled face, and 2 fingers raised in a peace sign. "Yo yo yo, what's up, everyone?" shouted Izuku Midoriya, alive, whole, and grinning from ear to ear. For a moment, there was nothing but stunned silence. Eyes widened, mouths fell open. Pony gasped, her hands flying to her lips in disbelief. Honanuki's jaw dropped. Manoma staggered back like he'd just seen a ghost. Even Itsuka, usually composed, let out a choked gasp of surprise. "Surprise. It's your thought-to-be-dead classmate, Izuku Midoriya," Nezu declared with cheerful theatrics, gesturing dramatically toward the green-haired boy still standing atop the trolley like a magician's final reveal. The words echoed into the open space, but no one responded. Silence. Not a breath, not a sound, just dozens of wide eyes and frozen expressions staring at Izuku in stunned disbelief. It was like time itself had paused, Class 1B collectively trying to make sense of the impossible sight before them. Nezu glanced around at the motionless students, then shrugged as if this wasn't the first time he'd shocked a room into paralysis. "Well, I'll leave you all to catch up," he said with a knowing smile. He turned on his heel and motioned to Khan, Yutheim, and the 7 second-year students behind him. "Why don't we discuss things in private? Your roles in this year's sports festival, as well as the truth behind this little surprise." Not a single word of protest came from the adults or upperclassmen. Silently, like they were in on a secret too heavy to speak aloud, they followed Nezu away from the group of stunned first years. Izuku watched them go, his nerves starting to rise now that the attention was solely on him. He slowly turned around on the trolley, ready to speak, only to freeze. The trolley shifted. Standing there at the base, arms folded, was Setsuna. Her jagged teeth clenched, her eyes burning with emotion. A heavy aura surrounded her like a storm cloud, and if looks could kill, Izuku might have died again. "Do you," she said slowly, each word laced with fury, "have something you'd like to say for yourself?" A bead of sweat ran down Izuku's temple. He gulped audibly, his hands raised slightly in self-defense. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was alive," he offered, voice small and nervous. Meanwhile, Inko walked at a calm, almost leisurely pace toward the massive stadium where the UA first-year sports festival was about to begin. The afternoon sun bathed the area in warmth, but her eyes remained cold and unreadable, hidden behind a pair of tinted glasses. She blended in perfectly with the crowd of parents, reporters, and curious spectators, just another mother coming to support her child. But unlike the others, she wasn't here to cheer. She was here to watch the game begin. Just as she neared the main entrance, her phone buzzed quietly in her coat pocket. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, but didn't bother to read the caller ID. She already knew who it was. With a small smirk tugging at her lips, she pressed the answer button and lifted the phone to her ear. "Hello," she said sweetly, as if greeting an old friend. A voice, smooth and distorted, came through the other end. "Hello there, Inko." A subtle shiver of amusement ran down her spine. Hearing his voice always made her feel oddly thrilled, like standing at the edge of a cliff with a storm rolling in behind her. "All for one," she said warmly. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this oh-so-friendly call?" "Izuku Midoriya, he's alive." Inko's smile didn't waver, if anything, it widened. "Yes," she replied with silky confidence. "I know. The real question is, how do you know? Or perhaps more importantly, how long have you known?" She chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "Oh, let me guess. You've got someone on the inside, don't you? A spy? Probably one of the students. Class 1B, perhaps. You always were fond of keeping your claws close to the enemy." There was silence, then a slight shift in tone, cooler, more deliberate. "You're playing with fire, Inko," All for One warned. "I don't know what game you think you're running, but I will uncover it. And when I do," she cut him off, voice turning razor sharp. "When you do, it'll already be too late," she said coldly. "My plan," she continued, her voice soft and dangerous, "is intricate, yes, but not complicated." "Is that right?" he finally replied, his voice unreadable. Inko's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, her voice low but burning with conviction. "Yes, because I want nothing more than revenge." There was a beat of silence before that cold, familiar voice returned, this time with a tinge of amusement. "Revenge? Against me?" All for One asked, almost sounding entertained. "You wouldn't be the first. Do you have any idea how many have tried? Heroes, vigilantes, governments, even All Might couldn't truly kill me. He failed. In the end, they all fail." Inko let out a quiet, velvety chuckle. It wasn't playful, it was calculated, poised. She looked up toward the distant stadium as she walked, the wind catching the ends of her coat like a cape. "Oh, I'm very aware. I've watched from the sidelines, studied, waited." She paused, Then added with biting emphasis, but unlike them, I won't fail. And why's that, dear Inko? He asked mockingly. Because unlike them, I know you better than anyone else ever has. A low, thoughtful pause buzzed on the other end of the line. Is that so? He finally replied, the amusement now tempered by curiosity. Inko's steps slowed as her voice grew colder, sharper. Yes, because I know who you really are. She stopped walking. Zen Shigaraki. The name dropped like a bomb, heavy, irreversible. For the first time since the conversation had started, the other end of the line went completely silent. No sarcastic remarks, no smug laughter, just dead air. Inko smiled, wide and smug, relishing the silence. The silence of a man who had never expected her to know that. Opening square bracket. Who are you? All for One finally asked, his voice no longer amused, but cold and curious. Inko resumed walking, not answering immediately. She passed a pair of festival goers with a smile so warm, so gentle, no one would ever suspect what had just been said moments ago. Inko's voice lowered into something cold, unshakable and sharp like a dagger forged over decades of pain and patience. I doubt you'd even remember my name if I told you, she said, her tone laced with venomous calm. After all, what kind of demon king remembers the innocents he's crushed? The pawns he's sacrificed, the lives he's ruined for sport, 100 years ago. There was silence on the other end, but she could still feel his attention. Do you remember how many breaths you've taken? How many shadows you've cast over this world? She paused, then delivered the final blow with icy clarity. I am Yoichi's vengeance, all for one, and I will see you undone. Before he could respond, before he could spit another smug word or dig for another taunt, Inko calmly pulled the phone from her ear and ended the call. She didn't hesitate. She dropped the phone into a trash bin without even glancing back, as if severing a chain. With a deep breath, she resumed walking toward the stadium. Her face was calm, composed, but behind her eyes was a fire that no one, not even All for One, could extinguish. As the sounds of the excited crowd grew louder, she let out a quiet sigh, her voice just above a whisper. I know you'd be upset with me, Yoichi. I know this isn't what you would have wanted, she murmured, her hand lightly brushing the side of her coat. You believed in peace, in change, in hope. Her fingers curled into a fist. But I can't accept this world, not while he still breathes. That monster has lived far too long, and I won't let him poison another generation. Her pace quickened. Izuku will finish this. He has to. Her voice trembled slightly, part pride, part fear. Because as long as All for One and One for All exist, this war will never end. It will drag on, decade after decade, curse after curse, heroes and villains locked in a cycle of destruction. But now, she paused, eyes lifting to the massive stadium rising like a coliseum ahead of her. Now there's a new player. A new storm brewing in the heart of it all. Her lips trembled as tears welled in her eyes, the weight of her words settling like cold iron in her chest. My son, our sweet boy, is the epicenter of what's to come. She wiped the tears away with the back of her sleeve, her expression hardening once again. This wasn't the time for weakness. Not today. As she neared the main gates, she looked up at the stadium, alive with cheers, lights, and anticipation. A small, knowing smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. I hope you're watching, Yoichi. Her voice was soft now, wistful. You wouldn't want to miss Izuku's big day, would you? And with that, Inko stepped into the belly of the Colosseum, the arena where history would be rewritten, one way or another. Inside one of the private waiting rooms beneath the stadium, Class 1B had gathered in full, each student buzzing with anticipation for the start of the sports festival, or at least they had been. Now, all eyes were locked on a very specific green-haired classmate, Izuku, who was currently kneeling on the floor with an awkward grin on his face, and a black mourning frame being held around his head like a shameful picture at a funeral. The mood was a strange mix of confusion, irritation, and emotional whiplash. I feel like this technically qualifies as bullying, Izuku said with a nervous chuckle, trying not to shift too much on his knees. Silence, corpse, Setsuna barked, her back turned to him dramatically, arms crossed and aura flaring with theatrical fury. The dead don't get to complain. The rest of the class looked on, some amused, some awkward, a few still stunned that he was even alive to begin with. Okay, that's enough, Itsuka said with a tired sigh, though her voice lacked its usual warmth. The least we can do is hear what the ghost has to say for himself. In Izuku's head, confetti rained down and trumpets blared. Thank you, Itsuka, my savior, my light. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the redhead turned to him with a smile. A smile that was clearly fake. A smile that threatened murder. Her aura darkened like a villain from a horror movie. And if your excuse isn't good enough, she said sweetly, cracking her knuckles loud enough to make several students flinch, I'll just kill you again. Properly this time. I take it back, Izuku mentally screamed. Setsuna, still looking away dramatically, pointed a finger at him like an accuser in a courtroom. Seconded. Kuwaro leaned in beside Tetsu. Are we allowed to execute classmates twice? He whispered. I think this counts as emotional processing, Tetsu whispered back, equally unsure. Meanwhile, Manoma stepped forward with a serious look on his face, arms crossed tightly over his chest. Jokes aside, Midoriya, he said, voice surprisingly even, we all thought you died. We grieved you. Some of us trained like hell because of you. So yeah, he leaned down slightly, his gaze sharp. You owe us an explanation. Izuku looked at Manoma, then slowly scanned the faces of all his classmates. Juzo, Setsuna, Itsuka, Pony, Tetsu, everyone. Each of them was watching him with wide eyes, a mix of confusion, hurt, disbelief, and hope. He let out a slow, heavy sigh, the playfulness in his expression fading as he gently set the black frame aside. All right, he began, his voice calm but serious, I guess it's time I told you the truth. He stood up, brushing off his gym pants, and took a step forward. I did die that day. At the USJ. The room fell silent. I remember feeling cold, like everything was shutting down. Then, he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he searched for the right words. Then I had this dream. Vision. I don't even know what to call it. The room was still as a grave now, the air thick with tension. And the next thing I knew, I woke up, naked, confused, and laying on an autopsy table in some underground lab. Nezu, All Might, and a detective were standing over me. That's when I found out. I wasn't supposed to be alive. Then how the hell are you alive? Kamakiri blurted, arms flailing. Dreams don't bring people back. Izuku raised a hand to calm him. I know, it doesn't make sense. But, from what Nezu told me, there's more to this. Something was done to me. Before the USJ attack, someone tampered with my body, and implanted 3 quirks into me. The room exploded. 3. Setsuna spun around like a hurricane, her jaw practically on the floor. What do you mean someone just shoved quirks into you? That's not how it works. Apparently, it is if you're a lab rat, Izuku said with a bitter chuckle. Nezu said it happened in secret. Someone experimented on me without me even knowing. That's how I got these powers. I think the dream was tied to whatever one of those quirks is. That's insane, Juzo muttered, brows furrowed. Quirks aren't like items you can hand out at a party. Actually, Manoma spoke up, stepping forward. His tone was quiet, but firm. It's not impossible. Everyone turned toward Manoma, brows raised and curiosity piqued by his sudden insight. What do you mean by that, Manoma? Pony asked, tilting her head slightly, her voice still tinged with unease from the earlier revelations. Manoma adjusted his collar and looked around at the others, his tone more serious than usual. I mean, do you all remember that monster that Vlad-sensei fought during the USJ attack? He asked. I overheard some of the staff talking afterward, quietly, but enough to catch some of it. That creature wasn't born that way. It was made. Someone gave it multiple quirks. A heavy silence followed, broken by Juzo, who nodded grimly. That would explain its freakish durability and strength, not to mention the insane regeneration. Kon-sensei only managed to stop it by obliterating its brain. Izuku chimed in, recalling his own desperate battle. Same thing happened with the one I fought. I hit it with everything I had, but nothing worked, it just kept coming. Strong, fast, almost like it anticipated my movements. It only went down after I landed a direct hit to the head. The room fell quieter as the implications began to sink in. So, if those monsters were artificially enhanced, given quirks by someone. Pony began, her voice trailing off as she looked at Izuku. Then does that mean the same person gave you those quirks? Manoma crossed his arms, his eyes narrowed. It's a possibility, he said. Especially if those Nomu things and Izuku share a similar origin. Someone's out there splicing quirks together and stuffing them into people like they're patchwork puppets. Izuku nodded. Nezu thinks so too. He's trying to find a connection. We just don't know why they did it to me. Of all people, why me? And that's what worries me, Manoma said, his voice low and sharp. It's not random. Whoever did this chose you specifically. You didn't have a quirk before. You weren't some prodigy or child of fame. But you still got targeted. That means, there's a purpose behind it. A test, maybe, or a plan. Izuku gave a half shrug, his shoulders tense. All Might and Nezu both think I was being used, some kind of guinea pig or prototype. Maybe they wanted to see if it was possible to implant multiple quirks into someone like me without turning them into a monster. Manoma sat silently for a moment, deep in thought. As much as he hated to admit it, he could understand where the staff, All Might and Principal Nezu, were coming from. From a tactical standpoint, caution made sense. Still, the whole thing left a sour taste in his mouth. Something about the situation felt off. Like there was more happening beneath the surface, something bigger than just a villain using Izuku as an experiment. But for the life of him, Manoma couldn't figure out what. Remind me to give All Might and Nezu a piece of my mind later, Setsuna growled, arms crossed as she glared at nothing in particular. They had no right to keep him from us for this long. I agree, Manoma replied with a nod. But think about it, if they were suddenly in charge of a student who came back from the dead, and now had 3 quirks, wouldn't they want to be absolutely sure he wasn't a threat first? If I had to guess, they probably spent all that time running tests, checking his loyalty, and trying to figure out where he even got those quirks. A spy, Shota exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Izuku, a spy, he died protecting his classmates, he shielded them with his body. How could anyone even think that? His finger pointed accusingly at the students who had been with Izuku during the USJ incident, a reminder of the sacrifice they'd all witnessed. I know how it sounds, Manoma said calmly, hands raised. But think about it logically. If someone came back from the dead and claimed they were fine, wouldn't you at least be a little suspicious? Especially if that person suddenly had powers they didn't have before. Shota opened his mouth, then paused. The anger in his face softened, giving way to reluctant understanding. He looked away, clenching his fists but saying nothing more. Well, looks like we've got ourselves a real mystery on our hands, gang, Manga said, trying to break the tension with a forced grin on his speech bubble face. No kidding, Shihai added with a smirk, his tone somewhere between amused and thoughtful. Still, whatever the truth is, we'll deal with it. One step at a time. Right now, we've got something more immediate to worry about. Itsuka gave a firm nod, arms crossed over her chest. Shihai's right. We've got bigger things to worry about right now, like the sports festival. We can figure out whatever mystery Izuku dragged back with him after we win. She smirked and turned toward the green-haired boy sitting nearby. But hey, now that you've got 3 quirks, mind letting us in on what they actually are? Izuku gave a sheepish grin and rubbed the back of his neck. Sure, I mean, from what we've figured out so far. The first one's regeneration. Pretty fast, too. Lost limbs can grow back in a couple of minutes, but organs take a little longer. Explains how you're still kicking, Juzo said with a half smile. Takes time to heal a heart, huh? Izuku nodded. Yeah, that's what Nezu told me. Apparently, it was touch and go for a while. And the second quirk? Itsuka asked, leaning in with curiosity. Izuku's smile faded slightly. That one's not exactly something I can control. It's a passive quirk. Huh, what do you mean by that? Tetsu asked, raising a brow. Well, Izuku began, it used to belong to a pro-hero from All Might's early days. His name was Tiger Fist. The quirk's called Black Flash. Itsuka interrupted, eyes wide with excitement. You have his quirk. Izuku blinked in surprise, then slowly nodded. Why yeah, that's the one. The room buzzed with murmurs of awe and curiosity, but Izuku raised a hand. The thing is, it doesn't activate on command. It's a phenomenon that only happens under very specific conditions. My body and mind have to be in perfect sync, like, totally locked into the moment. According to Nezu and All Might, not even Tiger Fist could use it whenever he wanted. Itsuka's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Ah, man, it would have been so awesome to see you drop black flashes left and right. Instant crowd favorite right there. Well, maybe I'll get lucky and pull it off again today, Izuku said with a hopeful shrug. But honestly, you might be able to do it too, Itsuka. That got her attention. Huh, me, Izuku nodded. Yeah, All Might told me that since Black Flash is technically a passive effect quirk, it doesn't only apply to the person who has it. It can affect others nearby, too, if they meet the right conditions. Itsuka's eyes widened in amazement. Wait, seriously, so if someone else enters that same focused state, they can trigger it too? Exactly, Izuku said. That's how Mirko activated it during our spar. She didn't have the quirk. She just synced her strike at the perfect moment. Whoa, Pony murmured, leaning forward slightly. So, anyone with enough skill could use it. In theory, yeah, Izuku replied. But pulling it off, that's the hard part. Before anyone could get too caught up in the excitement, Manoma stepped in with his usual bluntness. Alright, enough with the martial arts hype, he said, arms crossed. What about your third quirk? Izuku blinked. Huh, Manoma's gaze sharpened. Your third quirk, Midoriya. The one you haven't told us about yet. What does it do? The room quieted again, all eyes falling on Izuku. The green-haired boy's shoulders tensed slightly. I don't actually know yet, he admitted, his voice quieter. I haven't been able to activate it. Nezu says it's still dormant or suppressed somehow. We're not sure why. Manoma narrowed his eyes. So it's a mystery quirk. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, that's why they've been keeping a close eye on me. All Might, Nezu, even Recovery Girl. They're worried it might be dangerous. A heavy silence fell over the group. The air felt different now. Less energized, more uncertain. Dangerous how? Shota finally asked. Izuku didn't answer right away. His fingers unconsciously curled into fists. I don't know, he said. But, whatever it is, I promise I won't let it control me. I'm still me. I'm still Izuku Midoriya. That declaration made several of his classmates exchange glances. There was still uncertainty, yes, but also something else. Trust. Well then, Itsuka said, standing tall. Guess we'll just have to watch each other's backs out there, huh? A few others nodded in agreement, and slowly the tension eased. Besides, she added with a grin, we've got a sports festival to win. Damn right, Izuku shouted, thrusting his fist into the air with a blazing grin. Let's go, plus ultra. Yeah, the entire class roared in unison, their voices echoing off the walls of the waiting room like a battle cry. Laughter, cheers, and energized smiles filled the space. The tension from earlier, Izuku's return, the confusion, the secrets, had melted away, at least for now. What remained was that shared fire, that spark every one of them carried as a student of UA. For the first time in a long time, it truly felt like Class 1B was whole again. And now, they were more than just a class. They were a unit, a force, a team of future heroes who had already seen loss, grief, and chaos, and had come out stronger for it. With Izuku Midoriya back among them, the spirit of the class had reignited tenfold. His survival wasn't just a miracle, it was a rallying cry. They were going to show the other classes, the teachers, the pro-heroes, and the world watching from the stadium and at home. Class 1B wasn't here to play. They were here to dominate. They were going to push past their limits. They were going to show what real growth looked like. They were going to go plus ultra. And they were ready for anything and everything that dared stand in their way. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.